Alrighty. Hello, hello, hello. It go there. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Night Cow, how's it going? Good morning. Empty Pen, I want to ask, I always want to make similar graphic design or same style of your videos. Is there any tutorial? You could follow my cell shading tutorial. Yeah, a lot of my art style just comes from like a post-process cell shader or lighting quantizer, and then using normal maps so that, you know, you get like all the little faceting and stuff of the lighting and whatnot. Amethyst, hello, hello. I am alive, yes. Gravia, how is it going? Want to mention that you're going to eventually rewrite your shading? Yes, yeah, but for the time being, I mean, the end result will probably be kind of the same. In fact, I probably could just leave it very much the same. The only thing I want to do specifically is a custom bloom pass. I might be able to just do bloom with the new render passes system thing that Adam was talking about. Niagara simulated bloom. But yeah, I guess. Yeah, because you'd get the pass and then probably use Grid 2D to blur it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let's jump into... actually, firstly, I wanted to just do a bit more of a varied thing. A bit more of a varied thingo. Oh, why did that go that color? How did that undo itself? No? Ah, I put its opacity down somewhere. I just wanted to make a height map for the test thing. But I do need to blur a lot of these noise masks that I've just got smacked over the top. I could probably even, that's just that. That's more... That's just more shit. That's a big mountain, I think. Yeah. This one is noise. You here. You are noise. Oh no, that's the Perlin noise. So keep that. I think. I don't freaking know. What are you doing? That's the rocky dude, which I do like. These ones are... I just needed to blur... I don't even think it was that one. That one looks fine once it's... it should probably be blurred a little bit. Let's go from here to there and just merge them. Oh, wait. Because they're all set to different... lighting thingos. God... Can I just Control F to do that? Like I can in Photoshop? No. Oh, Control Alt F. I see. Did that work? It did. Cool. Control Alt F. Bam. Cool. Cool, cool. So yeah, I just wanted to start with a bit more, whatchamacallit, variance in the terrain. This is Affinity Photo, which is a... It's just Photoshop, but not fucking cancer. You know how it is. You know how Adobe do be. Was that this one? Yeah. Alright, that was just all those things. Then we need... What are you in here? You're just noise? Nice. Cheeky little noise patterns. That's the one. That one's all freaky. And then these were the mountains, which I think these two need to be a bit more chill. Alright, that should be fine now. Oh, wait, what was this one? Where did you... You little shit. Where are ya? Show me. Oh, that one also... Oh, no, I did blur that one. Oh my god, where is this one from? Is it one of these? Nope. Very... There it is. Cool. April 1st, are we going to be pranked? Maybe the prank is that there's no prank. How do you feel about that? Alright, let me export this as a pixel format, 16-bit fella, 8K, export, Pris World Sim example 4, save. Cool. This is a height map, yeah. Why am I making the weather? Now, that's a great question to start off with. So, in a lot of games, you have weather. You've got rain, you've got wind, you know, thunderstorms, dust storms, fog, blah, 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 blah. And sometimes it just doesn't make sense. Or you have to fiddle around with a bunch of kind of like, you know, manually placing down volumes and deciding, oh, in this area here, we allow lots of wind and we allow heat waves, but we don't allow rain, but we do allow thunderstorms And you got to do that for like every single biome, and you got to like manually classify all these biomes, and then you got to think of things like, oh, is this place covered in snow? Is it covered in, you know, is it muddy and rainy? Can my character move at full speed through this area? Blah, blah. Talking about like kind of, you know, simulation focused games or like survival games where the environment is a, you know, is the enemy to some extent. And so the idea is that we do a not realistic, but an at least believable weather and climate simulation. And it will just kind of decide, you know, like it makes sense for a desert to be here because it's on this side of a mountain with the ocean over here. And like, you can't really have, you know, you don't often get deserts on the top of a high mountain range, you know. So anyway, the idea is that we basically run a pass at the start, calculate a bunch of things, and then just kind of let it run wild from there. But the idea is that it should work with procedurally generated worlds as well. Which, you know, when you're doing procedurally generated worlds, it's kind of more difficult to be like, oh, is this a desert or is this a snowfield or whatever. The other reason is that we want it to be easy to access the data for gameplay reasons. So, like, you know, it's currently extremely windy here, so we actually want to, like, push our characters and objects around. And in our case, because we're going to be doing, like, a kind of headless world simulation where, you know, towns that are all the way over here are still kind of ticking in the background and updating in the background. They might have suffered a snowstorm while we, you know, had a heat wave or something. Because maybe they're further up in the mountain. And when you're working with a sort of player-centric weather system, where it's just like, okay, we've got all these weather types, let's just choose a random one, and then an intensity, and then choose another random one after that. That's only, like, you know, where the player is. And you just turn the rain value up, and it does its thing. So this is there to kind of okay, that works. Let it only, yeah. Import. Nice. Delicious coffee. Ah, you little piss lord. Why are you so noisy? Didn't I export that as a... Why? Yeah. Oh, it's because there's a... Right. It's because I did put a noise layer on it. That's the one. What's that on? That's on 2%. And that still fucks it. This one should be a bit less free. Well, actually, I can do this one as long as I blur it. Filters, blur, Gaussian. Yeah, go up a bit, whatever, yeah. And then this one here. Right, that should be okay. So this one is... Right, that's this. That was just there to swoosh that down a tiny bit. What was this one? That was the mountain here. This one here is... Huh. What is this? It's just a weird noise mask. Well, not anymore. What were you? You were the Perlin noise, which I might blur. Tiny bit. So it doesn't get super angry. Yeah, why not? Cool, let's try that now. Oh, that one didn't... Oh no, that's blurred, and that's also blurred. Why do it this way? I just... I needed something really high resolution. How do I... I need to save. I just needed something high res, and... You know, all of the free world creator software only go up to like a 1K export. So I just wanted to chuck something together to test out the stuff. Try Open Topo. No, I haven't heard of that, actually. Is that like a world height map generator thingamajig? Use 4K, okay. Interesting. This one originally was from... Oh, height map of real world location. Yeah, yep. I might have... Or used something to that extent before. To, yeah, just get some height data in. XYZ format. Hell yeah. Alright, there we go. Now that's a rocky ass mountain. That looks fine. Right? Could maybe run. Oh god, yeah, it is that Perlin noise, isn't it? Alright, last thing. Just... That can go to 1%. Actual 1%. And then it was... Was it this one? No, that's that one. That's that. Right, I remember now. Might even be worth, yeah, I can scale Z. I think it's set at like 400 at the moment. What I might do is export this to, we'll just overwrite number 5, and then open that up, give it a 1 pixel Gaussian blur, and then put it back in. I don't know if this can do smart filters like Photoshop, where you like put a filter in the layer. Dadu, hello. How's it going? Right, let's go open this one. Now we just have the image. Any noisy bits that I can frick with? Filters, noise, blur, Gaussian. 1 pixel blur. Apply. Alright, and that should just get rid of any excess shite. File. Export. There's a 16-bit dude. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, this should be the last one. Rec 709? Hell yeah, we're getting video up in here. Video color space. Alright, let's close that. Let's go back to here. Landscape. So I wonder if I can make this bigger. Expand. No, it only has to... Resample, subregion, no. We'll just do that, whatever. Wolf, hello. Message to Patreon a bit ago. Ah, gotcha. Yes, I'll catch up on that. There we go, much less noisy. Almost looks like a landscape of some description. Look at that weird ass alpha mask. Anyway, cool. How big is a character? Do I have a character? Also, why is the Texas streaming pool gone over blah blah blah? Alright. Give me a fella. Where's Booba? So that's how big a character is. Yeah. Seems good to me. It is quite a big map, yes. Yeah, I might chuck this down to 200 scale. It's funny that I can just use like a gravel texture and it like, you know. Can you snap to landscape? The end key. End key will snap anything to the nearest solid surface. Oop. And then F to focus on that thing. Cool. All right, let's get our thing. A thing with the stuff. Plugins. Pris World. Sim data fields. We can chuck this debug RT material on there. All right, and so if we... Let's get our ocean test. Just because, I mean, sea level should be technically at 0, 0, but it's kind of lame. Let's go a bit bigger. Let's just say that this is water. Go a bit. Oh, you know, we'll go 1,000. Jeez, what happened to you? Chuck it there. Fortnite! It's like a Fortnite map. Hell yeah. Alright, and then our World Sim Data Field Manager is here. Yeah, looks about right. Oh, pardon me. Let's go compute grid resolution from bounds. Draw our debug grid. Yes, it is working. What's our sizes? How big are our cells? Cells are 100 by 100 meters, giving us a total of 14,000 cells. Reinitialize. You're gonna splat down all your traces and shit. And that should give us... Why is the elevation not updating? This happened last time as well. Why are you not... But yeah, the gist of it is we compute some like big cells. I just don't know why this one isn't... Okay, no, that did work. Right, I did calculate initial data in its own thing. So yeah, we've essentially said, okay, here's the height data. Here's where water is. Although the water is just a Boolean value. Actually, I don't know why the water isn't... Ah, is it because this has its Z scaled up? But its Z should be at 1, and then water. Yeah, right. Because its collision must be slightly thicker. Because it was scaled in Z, it, yeah, did stuff. All right, what do we actually need to do? So the thing I wanted to do first was, instead of sending the data to our render target, you know, dudes, I actually want the render target dudes to pull the data from the stuff. Or at least query them. So they'll have... Which also means we don't need the masks. Although... The masks might still be useful for when we're doing, like... the subgrid stuff. Where it's like, okay, like, you know, there's less snow here right now. But then, you know, our character lights a fire, or someone lights a fire, and it melts the snow around the fire. In that case, we would only be updating the snow, and it wouldn't need to get all that other data from all those cells. So maybe we do keep the masks. Although the masks are just a bit fucky. Oh, no, we could just... I don't know. Do I want to pull it, or do I want to push it? Brazil here. Brazil represent. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. So this is just saying update values at coords this frame. Then it does this. Sends that to Niagara and then clears the stuff. And then when that initializes, it will set the render target that it's in charge of to the correct res. Set them in the dude. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, we have like elevation, and we say, oh yeah, like do all these damn line traces, blah blah blah, get all the stuff. Here's the values. There's the masks for the initial data. And then it will go through and send them to update values at coords. But if that was just doing one tile and we had 10 different layers... Hmm. Do we want to push or do we want to pull? Gonna do some summary of the system after you have the initial design of it. Don't really have time to watch the stream in detail. Yeah, absolutely. I'll be making a full video about all of the kind of little systems that I'm making at the moment, and kind of going over like what the problem is that I'm trying to solve, and then how I want to try solve it and whatnot. I think what I should do is... like, I can ask this to refresh at coordinates, and then it will ask anything in its, you know, linked simulation fields. You know, oh, what's your value here? And then pull it, and then add them all together. But yeah, I'm just trying to think, do I want to go through and update all of the wind, and then move to update all of the temperature and whatnot? No, I guess I have to do it all tile by tile, because it's... Well, we cache the previous iteration of the simulation, and then we only ever use the data from that to then determine the next state. God, it's so hot in here. Let me turn the heating off. It's ridiculous. I'm back. Yeah, how do I want to, I guess that part we can just fuck with later. The main thing is the Sim data field manager. So I think I need a blueprint library to say, like, for each... Well, no, because this is just... Like, yeah, get all cell locations. Just so... I mean, I could do it on the manager, right? Or... it would make sense to do it on the data fields themselves. Self-scissors. Data field. I guess it wouldn't be a function, would it? It would be a macro? Oh no, I just want to say... Let's just say I'm computing the initial elevation. So we go to elevation, you can see this fucking absolute nightmare fuel that I've got going. We need to get the manager, which... Why do I even need the debug drawman? Oh, because we're sending that in there. This is coming from the manager, yeah. Well, I mean, this kind of just needs to chill down here, right? Oops. Yep. And send that through. To be fair, a lot of this stuff is completely the same. I guess it's just this part. Also, these coords should be getting added later on. Well, no. Yeah. No, yeah. That's a vector too. This is the in-point index. I wish this... whatever. Right. Cell size, world space. So this would give us the midpoint of every cell. I think. Midpoint XY. So then let's do... I guess the function would be in the manager, right? Get cell position world space. So for a given index, world sim data field manager man, let's do a function called get location of index. Get world location of index. Center world location. So this would just be index. In our big boy array. Then we would want to do convert 1D to 2D index. I guess we could just copy this from here, right? We get the grid resolution. We need to convert it. That'll be our 2D int. Cell size, and then that gives us our XY. Wait, why are you in the... Oh, they're 2Ds, right. Top left corner. Blah, blah. Array length. I guess we can't. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So, top left corner. Is this top left corner... Oh, and then we add... Okay, we add half the cell size. Which means that, yeah, it is in the center. So get cell... Get world location of... Or get cell center. Cell center of index. So we get this. We get top left corner. We then add the 2D vector integer. Oh, it's, you know, whatever. We do it in there. Then we also add half of the cell size in world space in the X and Y, and that gives us the center point. So then for this given index, index 1D, the X size is our simulation size. No, that's Grid resolution. Should I call it resolution or dimensions? I keep tossing up between them. Then we return. We give this a... I guess it's a vector. A 2D, right? Resolution? Okay. I'll take your word for it. You're much smarter than I am. So world location, and then I also want the coords vector 2, because we need to put that into the array that we're freaking with anyway. Put that up there, that goes there. Alrighty. You can live up there. You're gonna chill here. EZ. So then in elevation, we can say for this thing, get the manager. Manager grid array length. We only need this in the initial data anyway, because then we can just use the length of the actual array. But then we're gonna go location. Fuck did I call it? Cell center. Okay, let's say get cell location. Cell location from index. And then bam, bam, bam. World location. You can die. You can break. XY. XY. Do your big line trace bullshit. The thing is, these line traces are going to be different for every type. Chuck our coords in. Because, yeah, the what's it called? YouTube's so much better than Twitch. You know, you're not wrong about some things. Some of the features on YouTube are a bit better. The quality is no different for my stream because I stream at very low quality anyway because I have really shit internet. But maybe I should do the I think the mask has to be. But I mean, I don't know. Twitch is just a better like a better. It's a better vibe I find on Twitch. Alrighty, so this is gonna get all of our stuff. So let's just test this works real quick. Elevation, calculate initial data. Why did you not? Where's our data field manager? Reinitialize. That's the ocean one. So when I do reinitialize, reinit manager, go through all of these. Is it a valid class? True, get actor of class. Is there actually one? That should initialize data field again. Although, calculate initial data should be the default. I'm guessing I'm not doing that on the elevation one. Yeah. Okay. Let's... I might even, in this elevation one, I might even do the normals as well. Because we need the normals to do a... Oh, not even normals. It would be the runoff. No, we would need normals and then also a, like a slope vector. But is that not the same thing? What's the diff? So instead of elevation, this should really be called, like, the terrain map. Or the... You know what? I'll call it the elevation. I'll keep it as elevation for now. So we've got elevation. Let's do normals. Which we're just going to compute from the elevation. The change in elevation, I guess. Oh, the other thing is, for the elevation, I actually want to do nested thing is, let's just do this sequence. Bam. Do the stuff. Then, fuck. Then this all gets donezo down here. Yeah. Let's check that at the very end. This is going to come over here. Because then we want to do like almost like a circle of, or like, you know, just multiple. Maybe we do center up, down, left, right. Or center towards the corners and shit. What's like the best distribution for you know, sampling the area in a square. Like that? I guess I could just do like this. Like 9. I don't want to do random. No. Although, how do I want to get the normals? Do I want to just do a difference from cell to cell? Or do I want to do... Evenly... Ah, right, okay. I'm just thinking how I want to, like... If I do, if I just got the final height value and then used that to get the normals, I would run into issues like... Because, like, technically I should be able to have a cell with its normals pointing this way and then this one's normals pointing that way. So maybe I should just do the general slope of the hit points. The hitted points. I don't know. We'll just do a for loop. Ooh. Making similar systems to Assassin's Creed fog and weather system? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe? But potentially? I wonder if there is a Sobol. Okay, random Sobol cell 2D, index number of cells, return value in the given grid cell. Let me... Which Assassin's Creed is it, do you know? I'm kind of doing more like, God, I don't even know a game that does this kind of nonsense. I guess Vintage Story is, you know, the only thing I can really think of that. In Shadows, let me have a gaze. Yeah, it seems like it's kind of more just like a, you know, like a player-centric, like, choose a different weather type at random kind of thing. Wait, is X size 3? X dimension of the 2D array. Yeah. I will be right back. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so what we're doing, rather than the... we're not really working on the visuals of stuff right now. We're actually doing a fake... Not realistic, but a believable, like, full-on weather and climate simulation. Which spans, like, an entire world, essentially. And the aim is to just be able to... Low-res fluid simulation buffer, weather prediction method. Ah, okay. So they do, like, a big... Do you know where the paper is? Because I could only find Reddit threads. Wind simulation. Or is it more like... Because I've made a plugin before, which does kind of like at the VFX level of effects, with like, this kind of wind simulation, where, you at like the local level, where you can shoot off a spell and it will do wind shit. But I'm guessing, yeah, by what you're saying, it's like a full, yeah, like a level scale wind simulation. Let me have a look. Here, I might have found it. Is it on Techie? Techie.com? Techeye? Let's have a geese. Unveil secret technique for breathtakingly realistic wind simulation. It's called Atmos. Seasonal thing, season change. Yeah, true. Okay, yep. So yeah, that's one thing that we'll be accounting for. Yeah. Oh, that's all. Give me the paper. What was it called again? Atmos. Ubisoft. Atmos. Whatever. Natural cloud formations aren't static anymore. Constantly evolve over time. Yep. Yep. Can I actually... paper. Dolby Atmos. Eurogamer. Some stuff here. Blah blah blah. Micropolygon. Okay. Ray tracing. No. Transparencies. No. Doodle-doodle-doo. Hair strands. Damn it. Nothing in there. But yeah, essentially, yeah, it seems like we're doing a very similar thing. I think the main difference, though, might be that ours... I guess theirs would... The wind, at least, would exist everywhere. Even in, like, unloaded areas. But there you go. We're basically quadruple A now. We are quadruple A. Digital Foundry. Ah, okay. I'll have a look at it. after the stream. I'll have a big deep dive. There was another AC game, I think it was Odyssey or Origins, where they do, I mean, they probably do it in the later games as well, but where they do kind of like meta entity simulation for like all of the NPCs and whatnot, which was pretty dope. They had like a very good breakdown of that. You know how I could do this is instead of get location, cell location from index, why don't we do a new function called get in Origins. Yeah, that must have been it. Get cell 9 point. I'll get cell. Get distributed cell locations from index, where we are going to get cell location from index and then use a sub. Well, How do I want to do this? That would just give us the center, though. Technically, we want the top left, which is... Well... Yeah. Let's just do this. So you can get Jotun, you can go into there. So then if we don't add this, and we remove you, this will give us the top left corner. Oh yeah, someone asked something about Ghislaine. Where was it? Have I ever seen Ghislaine Girardeau videos? Have any shader high quality videos? I have. I've seen a few of his videos. Yeah, he does some awesome VFX breakdowns and whatnot. He's definitely carved out a good niche in the Unreal landscape. Distributed doodad. So then we want to do. So our return is going to be an array of these, and probably an array of coords. No, just locations. Just locations. And then also the coords v2, which is going to be this guy. But we have to actually compile all that. So I'm going to do you. You're going to do your thing, then you're going to go down here. So then we need a for loop. We need to loop over from 0 to... I guess it means how many cells? But we... I think 9's probably fine. Right? Yeah, you know what? We'll just do 9. I don't want to bother with doing, like, multiples of... what? How does that scale? 1 would be the center, 2 would be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 would be... I guess it's a dimensions, right? Maybe I could make this smart by doing... I don't even think it's power of 2. I think it's just the distribution resolution. Well, it depends. Like, because if I do it like this, we're never going to get the edges of the cells. If they're all, you know, evenly distributed. Well, no, actually, this to here should be the same length as that to there, right? Yeah. Yeah, that would be fine then. So distribution resolution, that can be an integer, singular. And then it's like, if the resolution is 1, it will give us the center. So it would just be like first index 0, last index, maybe it should be 1. So 1 and 1, that would then output, top left corner, do this. The offset would have to be scaled by some thinger. But then if this resolution was... So yeah, so it is squared. Can I square? Just multiply by self. So 1 multiplied by 1 is 1. Then if it was 2, we'd get 4. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Bam, bam. When you plan to publish a new Prismatic update that uses the frame rate stutter glitch fix? Soon. Soon, TM. It is... If you want to fix it yourself, there's just a few extra things I wanted to add before I pushed it to all the platforms and shit, because Fab's a bit of a nightmare. The problem is in here, in the manager, there's this smooth delta for water sim. And I was using a rolling median, but then I just changed it to a f-interp constant, and that just fixes it entirely. So when you minimize, it will slowly, you know, decrease the delta, rather than dropping and then coming back up again, which causes the big explosions. But yeah, I'll push this quite soon. But I'm just in the... I'm in the world sim zone. And when the zone comes calling, I cannot ignore it. Top left corner, cell size. This is the index, so that should get done first. This should just be the 1 coord, right? You go down there, silly duffer. Oop. How are you approaching this? Basically we calculate an elevation map, the normals of the elevation, where the permanent water bodies are, like oceans. Lakes could technically dry up, so I don't know if lakes will be permanent or not. Yeah. Oh, that might have to be a per lake plane, though? I guess whatever cells the lake is in would determine whether it dries up and whatever. And then do a 2D, you know, wind simulation, temperature simulation that gets moved around by the wind, and then, you know, where temperatures intersect and blah, 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 you know, thunderstorms, rain, when, you know, clouds form from evaporation and humidity and shit and get pushed around by the wind sim, and when they hit a really steep surface or, you know, hit elevated terrain, they start to, you know, starts to rain, as it does do. So, yeah, the idea is that we should get like rain shadowing. We should get, you know, cloud formations, rainfall, and whatnot. Why 2D? Just because it's way easier to do a 2D simulation. Would be a bottleneck. What do you mean? How's that a bottleneck? Do you mean just do a one-dimensional simulation around the player? Or do you mean do a 3D? Because it would be thingo-ier. Yeah, the idea is that the simulation gets updated sparsely. So it could just be like one cell per frame. And then we just, around the player, or in the viewport, do a lerp from previous to the current, you know, iteration. So it smooths it over time per cell. And then the actual updates get drawn to render targets. Which then, you know, gets reflected in all the shaders and whatnot. So we have a CPU version of the simulation, and then it just gets represented on the GPU side. Which would be 30 clouds rising, also part of the wind strikes a mountain, should go up or be 10. Yeah, so I was thinking, I don't want to do a fully 3D cloud simulation and temperature simulation. I was thinking of maybe doing a layered, like temperature or, you know, layered air simulation. So have the ground, you know, the ground wind. So like if you're in a forest, the wind gets dispersed because of the, you know, the extra friction and whatnot. But above the forest, the wind is still moving, you know, at speed. And then above that, probably only need 3 layers and whatnot. And then it's like, as we get to the mountains and stuff, I mean, I get what you mean, because, yeah, like, the clouds would just intersect with the mountain. Just trying to think of, like, the best way to make, because, like, every time we add a new Z dimension, we are, you know, order of magnitude, or, you know, doubling our, the amount of, like, memory it takes up. But I mean, if it is bound to the surface, or representing the surface, and, you know, the air above the surface, we still know if the clouds are rising, or the air is rising, because it's, you know, it's going up this slope. So therefore we can make, you know, the temperature cool and that kind of thing. One is grid system with each 3D grid having different variable, and all variables can be used or learnt using differentiation similar to the weather forecast. Grid system with each 3D grid. Well, that's kind of what this is. It's you know, it's a cell-based. It's 2D by default, because, you know, 99% of the game takes place on the ground. So, you know, things like, you know, wetness and snow coverage and all that kind of stuff only needs to be 2D. But yeah, I think maybe, I don't know. I could do it so it's like, you know, the wind simulation is, or atmosphere simulation is like, you know, maybe 3 layers high from sea level. But the thing is, like, with really gradual, what's it called? Really gradual elevation increases, like, the clouds would just, I guess because of air pressure, they would just hit the mountain. When use high terrain where the wind can transition to the mountains. Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea, to have it like a sparse thingo. So it only becomes 3D on the mountains. I know, I think doing a 3-layered system would work well. Because usually the atmosphere is kind of only in 3, or at least, like, relevant to, you know, us. There's, like, the ground wind, and then there's where the clouds are, and then there's, you know, where, like, thunder clouds would be, or above the clouds. Yeah, I wonder if, clouds can be forced to rise and form over mountains from or orographic lift. Orographic clouds. As moist air flows towards a mountain, it is forced to rise, cool, and condense, forming clouds on the windward side of the mountain, blah, 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 blah. So that's where they would form on a mountain. How do clouds get pushed up a mountain instead of just running straight into the mountain? Clouds are a part of the air body. Air can't go into a mountain, it has to move past it. That's why you get strong winds on mountaintops. You're trying to move lots of air through a smaller volume than there would be without the mountain there. The net result is that clouds have to move with the wind. Clouds are only present. The water can condense if mountains deflect warm, wet air up to cooler altitudes, and clouds will form at the top or above mountains. So, like, I guess in real life, yeah, like, clouds are kind of almost at a fixed height above the ground elevation. So maybe I will just do it still bound here. But yeah, just do it as clouds or as the air gets pushed up, you know, over the mountain, it will cool, and then as it comes down the leeward side, it would dry out and warm up and whatnot. I guess we'll have to see. And I'm guessing that, yeah, you would get wind going around mountains as well. Which is why we need the normals. So. Lizards, hello, hello. I'm currently doing a weather simulation. How many polys on that landscape? Looks very dense. Shit, I don't know. 1 billion? It's not necessarily dense, it's just really big. I think it's the maximum landscape size. Also, I don't know why it isn't LODing properly. Max LOD level. What's the screen size? No, not that. Let's go here. Is that LODing? I think it is. Yeah, totally. It's just not LODing enough. If that goes up, then... See if that changes it. You're saying using this method, the clouds wouldn't just form like fog on water bodies. Yeah. Oh, why is this not fucking... You can increase the value if you want less LED 0. Ah, yeah. Go up. That's better. This is by Assassin's Creed Shadows Atmos. It's it's actually inspired by vintage stories, like weather simulation and biome system. But we did discover that, yeah, the new Assassin's Creed does a very similar thing. Isn't this supposed to... Can that only do it per tile? That's weird as. You can see the boundaries. But yeah, very, very similar. In terms of doing wind and snow and rain and kind of more, yeah, persistent nonsense going on. Separate cloud, humidity, wind, and separate grid cells, and use temperature to combine them all. So they will be in different layers. Or like, you know, they'll kind of be a separate... They'll be separated and have separate rules. And, you know, their own parameters and whatnot. But the idea is that we iterate over, you know, cell by cell. For performance sake. And then... Can I go to 1.5? So there shouldn't really be a performance impact whatsoever, aside from memory. But yeah. Oh, wrong button. There we go. And currently it's operating on a 100 by 100 meter. So these are all the cells. And so this is kind of, yeah, our resolution. Which should be heaps. To, you know, do some cool shit. Wolf, have a good one yourself. Yeah, true, it would be getting... It's past midnight for you. So the cell size, if we get... So this is our thing divided by that. Gives us the distance. Or is it... fuck. So this is the cell size. Let's say that's 1. That means each of these would need to be, well, 0.3 away from each other, or 0.33, and then this would have to be half of that to do our kind of funky little distribution thingo. So our size here divided by the resolution number. Can I just go... Here's a random question. Will bows be equipped in the main hand or offhand in the UI in Prismatica? It depends what hand it is in. There's technically no on-hand or off-hand. There's just the left and the right hand. And at some point, when you're getting an arrow out, you'll have the bow in one hand and an arrow in the other hand. And I guess for a bow, you would also, when you're drawing the bow, the arrow probably still counts as being in your hand rather than in the bow. Because if you dropped the bow or got interrupted, you'd probably... Oh, no, I guess it would attach to the bow at that point. And there's dilemma for my... Yeah. It's a pretty hard one because, yeah, a bow... If you're counting a bow as a two-handed kind of weapon... like, you know, if you're a right-handed person, you would usually hold the bow in your left hand and draw it with your right. Or you draw it with both, but the arrow's in the right hand.
Yeah, it's tough. That's a huge headache. Yeah. Yeah, for me, a kind of design thing I ran into was, so you can put any weapon or any object in either hand, and then to use and then you select which one is my dominant hand, for this character. Or maybe they can be ambidextrous or whatever. Which, having a dominant hand has, gameplay implications. Like, if your dominant hand gets smashed to pieces, then you're only left with your other one, and that means that getting an ambidextrous, trait or something could be useful if, your main hand falls off. But yeah, so to use your non-dominant hand, you hold Alt. But the problem is then when you're using a bow and it's in your, offhand, does that mean you need, and you've got nothing in your other hand, does that mean that you need to hold Alt to use a bow, even though it's, it's in the correct hand for you to, do you know what I mean? Because, like, you could say, okay, yeah, I've got the bow, like, whatever. But what if you had the bow in your left hand and then a sword in the other one? And you wanted to, like, fight with your sword and then eventually throw your sword at someone, and then you've already got your bow in your offhand, but it's dominant hand ready to start shooting people up. So I think for my sake, like, for consistency, it's just, even if it's in the correct hand, it's always Alt to use your left hand or your non-dominant hand, even if the thing that you're holding is supposed to go in that hand. Players will complain? Yeah, I know. Or, I mean, like, Alt could be a toggle button. So maybe you could toggle, Why is my character stab with the arrow instead of shooting? Yeah, exactly. I think it would be fine if you didn't have to hold Alt down. It's the same with, like, aiming with Shift. Having the ability to toggle it instead of hold it down would help a lot with RSI and stuff. But yeah, I always just think, okay, what if we're using a sword and are holding a bow? The bow's supposed to be held in the left hand, the sword's supposed to be held in the right hand. If we said, okay, yeah, use whichever weapon or whichever object is in the dominant hand, or, like, in its correct place, then there'd be an overlap. It would be a bit fucky, so I don't know. It's an interesting one. A lot of games get around it, which I don't really like, is by just having, this is a main hand only weapon and this is an offhand item. But then if you're doing a game where, your limbs can get cut off or destroyed or injured, then it's like, oh, well, I've still got my left hand. Why can't I just use a sword with, limited dexterity or whatever? So yeah, I think the main thing is to just come up with some kind of convention and stick to it. And, like, it might be a bit annoying at first, but I think once players get used to it, as long as it's consistent and there's no edge cases, it's just like, okay, yeah, I've got the bow in my left hand, and so I'm gonna, hold Alt to use the bow, Alt and click to draw the bow. Because, like, you think of it like, okay, what if I had a sword and, like, an offhand flintlock pistol? It's like, okay, yeah, like if I wanted to use it, I'd hold Alt and use it and then swing, you know. Or if I had throwing knives in my left hand. Or a shield. You know, I want to bash someone with a shield. You hold Alt and you press the attack button and it's schwam. And then obviously if your character was left-handed, it would just be the inverse of that. I'll be right back. One sec. It picks up water vapors, humidity, wherever the humidity is high, temperatures low, cloud form. It generates more fog or haze forms, and the rain would happen once the humidity reaches peak and cloud is formed. I can pretty much do that with a 2D one. That's how I was planning on handling it. Is that, you know, we calculate the sun exposure. Sun hits the surface of, you know, a permanent water body. We get evaporation. So we add humidity to the wind, you know, to that cell. And then that cell, that cell's values get moved around by the wind. So the humidity cell, or the humidity simulation layer, would get the wind value at that position and then move some fraction of itself to, you know, whichever cell direction the wind is going. And then, yeah, when it, you know, when the temperature and the blah, 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 when we get, like, wind currents that are, you know, a hot one meets a cool one, and when the humidity reaches, you know, yeah, its max. Then we get clouds, and when the clouds move up a slope or into a mountain, then we get, you know, it will cool down. That air temperature will cool down as it moves up a slope. Which would then, you know, we'd swoop all our water out, and then the water would increase the ground saturation. And then that ground saturation would run off using the normals of the landscape, which would then, you know, the rivers would start flowing, and all that kind of stuff. Humidity will only traverse in one layer. Yeah, so I was thinking, yeah, maybe we do multiple layers. And we can move them between the layers. So the layers would still be. Let me thinger. They'd still follow the kind of curvature of the thing. but there would be multiple of them. And we can move them up a layer, you know, here. Or as they go, you know, as the air temperature increases, it moves up into this layer. And then as this layer, you know, it can cool down. And we get, you know, wind currents in this way and whatnot. Yeah, maybe 2 or 3. But yeah, the only thing about that is that it does mean that our temperature and humidity and stuff all need that extra layer. I might try and see if we can get away with only having one layer and just doing it if the wind is moving upwards, then we cool it down. And if it's moving downwards, you know, we warm it up. Or alternatively, we could look at the temperature gradient. So like low temperature here. Oh, sorry, let's say hot temperature here. Instead of actually moving that up and like cycling it around and whatnot, we could just create, you know, wind currents in this direction. And, you know, this would cool down, but we would get, you know, the wind current generation from heat rising, even though it isn't actually moving up in a vertical cell or anything. We can kind of imply that, you know, where there is a difference between hot and cold air. Yeah, so there is no up and down, but the implication of, you know, when air moves up, so, you know, hot air moves up, you know, it creates like a vacuum where, like, you know, more air has to fill that space where it's moving. So it creates wind, you know, in this direction. If it was just in this one spot. If it was like, okay, this whole area over here is hot, and this whole area over here is cold, then we would get sideways air movement. On the ground, at least. So I think we can get away with just a single layer wind / humidity / etc. sim. We'll see how it goes. We might, like, there's obviously some things that I don't know. I think even for clouds it should be fine. Just trying to think. We could do, like, yeah, wind shear, or like a wind gradient from the ground up. Because, like, you know, as you go, like, closer to the surface, the wind slows down a lot. But then the further up you go, it's, you know, it's not impeded by the friction and the turbulence of the ground. As in further above the land. So even up here, you would have to go up this high for it to be the kind of true wind speed. Because like a wind system in real life isn't, like, it wouldn't slow down over a forest. Like, part of it would, but the rest of it would just keep yeeting over the top of the forest. If you were in the forest, then it would feel less windy than above the forest. but the overall system doesn't really get affected, you know? Volcano erupts, how will that heat spread through the world? Well, the volcano itself... I mean, usually what happens with volcanoes is that you get coldness. So the volcano would spew out like a dust, or I guess ash in this case, but there'd just be like some kind of dustiness thing. And that dust would get carried by the wind and dissipate over time, but it would then affect the sun. You know, the sun wouldn't be able to directly heat up the surface. Same with like if there's clouds or if there is snow. Snow reflects, you know, radiation back, so it doesn't actually end up heating the surface and whatnot. So I mean, yeah, there could be a volcanic winter if we did this right. And yeah, you could, I guess you could... Well, actually, yeah, if you lit a fire... And again, this is like... This just needs to be believable, not realistic. If there was a bushfire, that would create wind current and affect a bunch of shit. And, you know, put a bunch of ash into the air and, I don't know. It could carry embers through the wind system. Leaf, hello. Computer science with a background in simulation and modeling here. Ooh, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, actually, you'd be a good person to ask. Do you think that we can get away with doing a 2D, like a two-dimensional only wind simulation that can account for like humidity and cloud formation and blah blah blah? What's your opinion? Cell size, distribution resolution. This would then get multiplied by our... That's an int point. 2D vector. You will get multiplied by this. So then 0 is... Oh, you piece of shit. Wait, no, what? Oh, U divided by this. Nice. Then U into there. No, you piece of garbage. Can I convert you? Yeah. Just, yeah. You use voxel-based represent. Okay, but what if we wanted to do it improperly? Do you think it could be enough to just say that rather than having cells where the wind, you know, I guess hits this and then like moves up into another cell, we can just say the wind is moving upwards here and imply, you know, changes in temperature and whatnot? Or, you know, if the gradient is a certain, you know, some certain gradient or like altitude that the clouds would intersect. Or, I don't know. Is that gonna...
You know what? Go back. You will be a float. Why are you not? Oh, you piece of shit. That should be right. Five Narc. Hello, hello. What's to go right now? We are just setting up some stuff to calculate our initial data. Just doing just a function to like get you know, uniform points within a cell, which is currently 0 there, 1, 2, multiplied by the cell size divided by the resolution, which would give us 1, 2, 3. Then we've got that left over, but then we want to get half of this and add that, so we get the center points 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2. Yeah, so this should be it. So then for each of these, we need a temp array. This is called our locations. Oh, fuck. Location array. Yeah. Array of 2D vectors. You need to get added. Add. And after that, we get our location array. You get smacked into there. There's our coords. And so then we can say, for example, get distributed cell locations from index. This index at a 3 by 3 resolution. There is our locations plural. We're going to do a for each loop of that. The coords get added to our coords. You will then... Nope. You there. You can die. You don't need to do anything. So then for each, do a line trace, get the elevation. And then we get the average of the elevation in those points. So then for each thinger... Wait, hold on. So this is for each cell. Get... Grid array length index. For each cell... Yeah. Okay, go back here. This needs to be C... well... For each cell, do this. Add its coords. The new elevation is going to be this. The value is... Right, because we're sending that into our dude. Issue with any kind of simulation is that if you try to include all the variables, it will start to generate nonsense. You have to go for an approximation of some sort. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I think simplicity will probably end up being... Because, like, the thing is, right, we want to use this simulation to, you know, essentially create biomes in appropriate places without having to, like, hand place a bunch of volumes and whatnot. And also for it to react to, you know, seasons. So, you know, the top of the mountain is always snowy and cold. But, you know, when it's winter, everywhere else might get snowy
And, the backside of the mountain probably gets snowier first. Or the snow melts slower on the side that isn't facing the sun and whatnot. But we'd want there to be, like, some variation and, like, chaoticness to it as well. So it's, like, controllable to some extent. Looks basically simpler, optimize at 300 targets, or use storing these variables, anything is flexible, but there are still problems I can see. Well, the thing is, if I was doing it voxel-based, I would... Because, like, the render target is only the end point for anything that needs to be done in, in the shader. So, like, for example, all of the foliage will just read from the current, the ground wind direction and magnitude. We wouldn't need to draw... Well, I guess we would need to draw the, the cloud layer to a render target at some point. I can use 3D render targets, but again, it's a bit overkill for what we're trying to do. So I think we'll try and get away with 2D for as long as possible. And then if we need to do multi-layered atmosphere, then we can try doing, rather than being voxel, it would just be a 2D layer thing that we can, like, move values between. I mean, it would essentially be a voxel system at that point, but it would only be, like, 3 dimensions high. When you double the number of voxels in each 3 dimensions, total number of voxels go to order of magnitude. Yeah, exactly. The way that I'll be doing the simulation itself is, like, staggering it over multiple frames. So probably just starting with doing a cell per frame, which is, like, at 60 FPS, that would be 40,000 divided by 60. That divided by 60. So every 4 minutes. That's a pretty big time step. Maybe we'd do, like, a few per frame. But we'd go through and update them all to calculate their kind of, like, their next value and cache the previous value to, obviously do the calculations on. But then around the player and into the render target, we would, smoothly interpolate between the previous and the next value. Because, yeah, the main thing is that it's supposed to not be a player-centric simulation, because we want to, if there's a town over here, and we go out over here, we go up the mountain, we come back, maybe it's been hit by, like, a blizzard, and they're all snowed in, and in order to, claim our quest reward, we need to dig them out of the snow. So it still all needs to happen, even if it's in a virtual state. Can I do average of... Piece of shit. Average... Vector array average. Fuck yeah, boy. Is this... That's in Kismet now. Okay, cool. HOM. How's it going? So for each of them, we add them to there. And then after that's completed, we get these locations. So we need to clear this here. Actually, we want to clear it back here. Although really I should be doing get elevation at cell, or get average elevation at cell. So this isn't all a big thingo. Predictor is pre-calculate the data and save it to a file, which you load into an array. Each terrain and weather event has its own data file. So the problem with that is that we potentially want to, like for example, if a meteor hits, you know, the continent, or a volcano erupts, or you know, someone sets up a big disk that blocks out the sun, we want the simulation to adapt to that. So, like, a lot of stuff can be pre-calculated, like the terrain, you know, where there are forests. Although I guess forests would diminish or grow over time as well. I don't know. I don't know. Then after that does its stuff. When it's completed, put the coords in, the new elevation value, the actual value to draw, which I think was going into Z. The mask is the Z channel, compile, blah, blah, blah. And then we send it all to our render target fella. Now this... Shit, alright, this might just like crash everything. If we go to our data field manager. So this is our regular grid, or grid middles. If I then come back, we go here, and we then do a reinitialize. This guy. This... Oh, didn't do it. Right, because it doesn't have... Oh, because I've been fucking around with it. Alright, reinitialize manager. This will... Oh, God. That's a lot of stuff. Okay, so that only did the water trace. Yeah, elevate... Okay, so we can calculate initial data. And that is now going nuts. But it's not doing all the traces. Did I tell it not to? Okay, stop drawing debug. Draw time 1 second. Let's just try this at, well, yeah. This is in our calculate initial data. Let's go to 0, 0, which is up here. Calculate initial data. Where are our debug lines?
You shit.
Oh, right, it's over here.
It's even here, even. Elevation, calculate initial. Oh, no, it's over here. This is 0, 0. Wait, are you sure? I don't think that's correct. I don't think that... I mean, it's doing our distribution, which is nice. But it's not... Locations, break vector, do the stuff in thingo. So it must be that our locations are... yeah, I'm a spaz. We need to add... add that. We need to add, yeah, the cell's top left corner. Stupid ass. So we do that again. Oh, it's reinitialize. Yep. Elevation. Cool. Okay, so now we just need to do that for every fucking thing. Add a 3x3. And we should be good to go. Now I wonder why this isn't... So when we go calculate initial data, or initialize data field, calculate initial data, send all to data RT. We shouldn't need to do that actually. Oh, that might be why it doesn't. Right. Yeah, I'm a spaz. Send these nuts. Manage a grid array. Yeah, fuck off. Okay. Because we're doing that in calculate initial data anyway. We just send it all to the rendertage. So now if we go world sim data manager, reinitialize manager. That's a lot of line traces. But it does look like... It didn't work. Well, maybe it did. Hold on. Calculate initial data. It does look uniform. Yeah. Okay, so why doesn't it... Why doesn't it work when I do the initial doodad? Is it getting overwritten? Oh, maybe the water mask is mask. No, that should only be going into the Y. But yeah, we'd need to do the same thing here to be like, okay, any water, we can do like a smooth interp. So in these points, info in every map chunk, or all in only one map manager or something. It's one manager for the whole map. Yeah. Because it needs to, like, simulate globally. Yeah, how do I want to do the normals? Do I want to get the average? No, average normal would be crazy. I'd need to calculate the normal based on the height. The height stuff. Can I do like a plane
Make plane from point and normal? No, make normal from plane? Project vector onto plane. How do I get you know, a grid of heights and calculate an average normal? I guess it would be the I have to calculate fucking derivative shit, right? Because if I have a grid of dudes, I mean, like, I could do, oh, look at the neighboring cells, and, like, that's your normal. But that's not as good, because it means they can't point towards one another. So we'd want to calculate it based on this stuff. Or should I just do it neighboring? Neighboring elevation. Where the correct height for each point? Well, it's not the correct... I mean, it's kind of... I don't know. It's like the... I don't know. Let's see. Get normal from array of locations. I happen to be the Giga Chat of weather simulation. We've got so many experts in chat. See, this is why everyone should stream. Stream out there instead of tracing it. Yeah. Well, we've got the data. Oh, good. We've got the height data. We can just look left, right, up, down. And just calculate the normals that way by doing like pretty much a DDX, DDY. D's nuts. But I was thinking we could just use our, you know, uniform distribution. I guess we would just want to go derivative tile to tile. Rather than using the samples within the tile. I mean, we could go like, oh yeah, this one minus this one minus this one. What's the, you know, is it positive or negative? By what amount? Or like, you know, what's the average change between, you know, going in the X direction and then in the Y direction? You know? You can infer terrain albedo. Not currently. We're very early in this, but we will be. Yeah, obviously the sun. If the, you know, depending on the color, might just reflect shit back up and not actually heat up the ground. Like when there's snow. you know, snow kind of makes it so the surface doesn't receive as much heat and shit. Basiator! Yeah, I'm going good. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get, like, the slope in a direction. Or the average slope direction. From a tile in a big-ass thing. I think going, yeah. Ah, fuck. We'd need to do... How could I even do this? Okay, we get the locations. You know what, I'd probably want to use XY here. Let's break that. You know what, that can go 0. Wow. So we have our locations in our gritty thing. Looking for a real-time full 3D grid won't work. Depends on if you're doing idealization or full numerical. Try 2D slices, average data between them. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing 2D, like 100 by 100 meter cells, and just kind of like sort of like implying some phenomena. So like, you know, wind hits mountain, moves upwards, air cools down if it's moving upwards, kind of shit. Or like if there's a temperature gradient, so like hot air here, cold air here, then we just use that gradient to generate wind as the, you know, the hot air like dissipates or goes up into the atmosphere and cools down again. Yeah. So rather than needing to know about upper atmosphere stuff, we just kind of do all the stuff on the surface layer. I could do the X and Y here. Yeah, you know what? That's actually a good idea. Terrain. Let's do locations. We probably want to do that. So for each loop, get the dudes. Like I said, I could do... You know what I could do? Is just sphere traces. And just make them big. And then use the hit normal, like that. Just get the average normal from that. If they were big enough. Because, yeah, they would go down. They'd hit, like, I don't know, fucking here. Yeah. Because obviously I don't want to get the normal, like the hit normal, from a point. Get the height of the four corners of the tile, make two triangles, calculate normals, and then average them. Yeah, that's... I was thinking that. But the... Oh, you mean of the final values? Of, like, the average heights. I don't know. Let me try doing this. This might be fine.
Yeah, I might try just big sphere. Hashtag big sphere. This would also help just even it out in general. Because there is a chance that when our traces hit the landscape, they all hit in deep valleys. Whereas if I do use bigger sphere traces, then they'll kind of take, you know, the higher values. I'll keep that there for now. We'll try this. Radius is going to be the... Shit, what's the radius going to be? Get distributed cell locations from index. I guess we need to spit out our distance between dudes. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'll just smack that down here. This is called the distance between points. Kind of. I mean, it is between horizontal points. What's this getting angry at? Line trace for object was pruned. Yeah, that's fine. Prune these nuts. Oh, right, because that needs to go there. Cool. Let's get distance between points and just smack that into here. Why not? You know what? You know what? I'll draw this for 1 frame. Sorry, for 1 second, so we can see the absolute fucking nightmare. So the location is the location of the hit in world space. If this was a swept shape test of the location where we can place the shape. So I want to use impact point here. But then I want to use normal. So let's make a new fella called... Oops. Local variable. Normals. You're a vector. We're going to... you need to be a array fella. Add... Yeah. Normal, not impact normal. Goes to there. If we didn't hit anything, then we just go up. Shpoop. And then we can just get the average here. I don't really need the... Do I need the Z element? Not really. The Z is kind of implied, right? Yeah. Like, you can always just get the Z. Do I care about the Z normals? It would just be way cleaner if I could just do this. So technically I should be able to... I'll just get our debug fella. Chuck you in the BC. Oh, and I just want to get the water. You know what? Don't even want that. Let's just get elevation. This guy. Compute. Yeah. That's definitely all working. Yeah. Reinitialize.
gonna take a long time. Something you need is 2D array containing the terrain type. Each tile from this you can make a way to influence map for terrain. Yeah. Yeah, well, I was thinking I might add some stuff for, like, what is the grass color for any given point on the map, or, you know, the soil color, or the rock color, rock type, to be used, like, in the landscape material, but then also it can be used in here. And that way we know, you know, if a character digs up some soil from a certain location... Oh, there's our... there's our sphere traces. If a character digs up or cuts some grass or whatever from a location, we can use the data from that point and then use that to color the item and whatnot. So, you know, if you are making mud bricks, then they would be the color of, you know, the place that you got the mud or the dirt from. So there'd be a bunch of data to do that kind of stuff that would be, like, visually reflected. How long did I make that draw for? It's really not happy, is it? Oh no, it's fine. 1 second, okay. Maybe we should, oh, fuck. Not good, not good. You know, I'll just do 1 frame. What's Prismatica looking like gameplay-wise these days? Haven't seen it in a few years, I think. Not much. Not much at all. I've been taking some detours into back-end shit. Just working at it from both ends, you know? But I think it was like last year sometime, I just decided to do a big refactor. Just because, you know, I'm a more matured developer from when I started, however many years ago. Okay, is this done yet? Can this, like, just chill? Oh my god, it's still fucking... Cheeky refactor. Exactly. But yeah, gameplay-wise, the game doesn't exist. It's just a bunch of half-finished systems that are still in the works. Okay, now it's ready. Fucking hell. But the all of the systems that I do are gonna be available for the people. Available for the people. Also, I might move this up so that sea level is, like, at sea level. You know? How far up is that? It's maybe like 20,000 up. This is going to take so long to fucking do. Yeah, there's a lot of art stuff that is done. Dunzo. And yeah, lots of stuff I'll be making videos about, like the modular characters and whatnot, which is an especially cool one.
Can I move this up? Oh no. Fuck. Let's go 30,000.
But yeah, I'll be doing a lot of videos about modular characters and how I'm approaching it and why I'm approaching it that way and why... Because, like, I don't know, I feel like, especially when it comes to doing character stuff in Unreal Engine, there's, like, very little resource on how to do, like, optimized, not metahuman, not fucking The Last of Us 2 level stuff. So, yeah, I want to kind of dive into that a bit. That's a nice little beach. Son of a beach. Alright, so now if we go to... Actually, let me just go to the water. The water fella. Also, Jed, hello. I don't know if I said hello before. Did I say hello? Or am I just a piece of shit? I wanted to put this into the alpha for now. Shwow, shwow. But yeah, so all the stuff that I'm doing for the game will be either sold as like cheap plugins, like affordable plugins, kind of like Prismatiscape, but maybe a bit cheaper, or just open source through like GitHub or whatnot, so that people can sort of dig through the code. Oh, this should probably come up now. Yeah, nice. Let's put it up to about... I mean, it should be on the world, right? If I do draw debug, well, calculate grid, resolution of bands, blah, blah, blah. Draw debug grid. Right, the debug grid doesn't... Fuck. Just make my traces bigger? How big is this? That's about 80,000. I think 100,000 is where I set the thing. But yeah, I'm programming very much in like puzzle pieces, and then bringing them all together rather than kind of... It's very outside in rather than inside out. And yeah, part of that is because the kind of... Not even like the scope of the game, but just the kind of underlying bullshit that I'm interested in. Alright, let's see if this will reinitialize. So this is going to be doing, what, like 1,000,000 something? Oh, what's 14,000 times 9? It's only like 100,000 huge sphere traces. Can you use the... I wouldn't be able to do that in a function, though. It's going to be like, can I use the delay until next frame in editor? But, yeah, okay, yeah. Now, I did say just for one frame, right? 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 Please? Set a timer. Yeah, I could. Yeah, yeah. I'm like 90% sure I said for 1 frame. So why is this still... Is this the 1 frame that it's... Fuck. Okay, no, what are you doing, bruh? I said duration 1 frame. Okay, well, at least we know it's happening. Did I... Oh, it was the fucking line traces, I bet ya. Not the sphere traces. Yeah. Ugh, I just need to make my way up to here. Yeah, it was for duration 1 second. Fuck my life. You know what? I could probably just just yeet myself out of Unreal and then come back in. Hell yeah. Bit of shortwave radiation, fresh snow, 85, old snow. True, there's a difference. Ice 40, sand 40, soil 10, crops 15, concrete 22, bitumen 7. Oh, yeah, okay. How much it absorbs. Is that just based on the... Because I know the sun emits green light on average, right? The sun's technically green. Does it kind of just mean like the further something is from green, or the darker something is kind of the gist of it? Because like soil has an albedo for, well, for shortwave of 10, but what if the soil was, you know, blue? I was also thinking, does the, because the sun, right, doesn't take up a point in the sky, the sun has some radius. That would mean that the surface area of stuff, like, factors in, you know? Like, grass, there would be lots of surface that the grass would be getting blasted with radiation by, compared to, like, a solid surface? Or would it be the same, because all of that is... I don't know. I don't know. I'm too dumb. Yeah, the angle as well makes it very different. Oh my god, if these... Okay, no, it didn't do it. Thank god. Let's just set it to none for now. So, if we do this guy here, not Ocean Waves Manager, World Sim Data Field Manager, compute your shit, make sure our grid is in the right place, you're all good, brother, and then reinitialize the manager. And then, when this finishes and we unfreeze and we don't draw like 1,000,000 sphere traces debugged, we should get our elevation map in the B channel. Although I have a feeling it isn't gonna... Yeah, it's not actually going to update it because of that weird thing. The weird thing. Which again, I don't actually know why, but let's test this out. I mean, I probably just need a button to send current data to Niagara. Because we've already calculated all the data. We just need to send it in. That looks vaguely like a normal map. Right? Yeah. DDX, DDY, that shit? I wish. I mean, I could. Like, I could do, the height of this cell against the height of this cell, and just do, you know, a DDX, DDY. But then I think that if we had a valley and two bits met in the middle, two, like, cell edges, it would think that it's flat rather than like this. Which I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I don't fucking know. Sometimes the tank engine vibes in this music. Yeah, the train whistle. So good. Let's add one. Div 2. Then, well, you know, I can just append. Imagine if we could see infrared, like birds. Alright, well that looks like data to me. Which is probably good enough for our wind simulation, right? Because if we just get the length of RG, then that will just give us a steepness value. Although it won't tell us whether it's going up or down. And it's a little bit fucky there. Maybe I should do a DDX, DDY. Although this will create some nice turbulence. In theory. I mean, this just means that they're going opposite ways, right? Yeah, so they're just peaks. So that is fine. Oh no, we know whether they're going up or down because the dot between the wind direction against the slope. So like this guy here dot. We just had RG append 0. Or append. Yeah, fuck it, 0. And this was a param fella. Oh, you know what? We can just dot mask RG. You go into there. You give us that. Let's normalize you. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so basically, if the wind is moving in the green direction, then we know, oh, this is uphill, and this is downhill. Right. And then we have an actual, like an absolute altitude above sea level thinger in this one. And so then all combined, we have some cool shit. All right. If I hit simulate, yeah, fuck you. That does, yeah, that keeps the values that we started with. Yeah. Cool. Dylan. Hello. If you found a solution, weapon traces using shape line traces at low FPS with fast animations. I always do a previous to current location trace. So, like, you know, when we do a sword, and it's here one frame, and we have a bunch of sockets on it, like that, and then it's here the next frame, so we get the current, you know, we get the previous tip point, and trace to that tip point, and do it like that. So that will always hit, you know, the in-between stuff. The only problem then is that if your animation is so fast that on one frame it's here, and then on the second it's over here, then it will just go, like, kind of through the character without actually going out in front of them. And in that case, depending on the style of the game, you'd probably want to do, like, anim notifier, like, collision spawny thingos, or like you know, do just like a sphere trace or a capsule trace in front of the character. If it doesn't need to be super accurate, you know, if you don't think like, you know, action games and shit like Assassin's Creed and God of War and those kind of games where like you attack and like if you kind of, even Dark Souls, if you hit somewhere in front of your character, then you'll hit the enemy, and it doesn't really matter where you would have hit on the thing. Not with the previous to current location for sockets, but I record those trace vectors into a data asset at a good frame rate that I can replay them when attacking. Yeah, true. So if you have a time and then the trace locations, you can be like, oh, between this frame and that frame, we would have gone over these 5 positions and do a trace like that. I guess the only problem there would be if you have any kind of procedural aiming, like I do in Prismatica. But yeah, at some point, you just have to kind of be like... You could also do... again, it depends on the animations. Like, if it's a kind of like Genshin Impact style, you know, anime waifu shit, where it's like you attack and it's literally just one frame here, then the next frame over here, but with like a sword trail. Then you'd need to do like pre-computed stuff, where it's like, okay, yeah, at this point of the animation, do a trace at this point in front of the character, and then that can be the kind of damage zone. All right, so now that we've got our I'm going to call this terrain instead of elevation. Oh, does that make sense? Terrain? No, I guess... Yeah. Because, like, this is relevant in everything, right? This is like its own... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to call it terrain. Cool. This is just called water. I mean, the water should probably even go in here as well. I'll be right back. I'm going to make another coffee. I'm back. Hello, hello. Oh. Oh, just want to stretch my neck until it pops off my head. Just boop. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Yeah, true. I did notice that popped up. I think the only reason is that the landscape height map is an 8K texture. Yeah. It's kind of annoying. Base scalability settings, any. You know what I could do? Disable all screen messages. Haha. Haha, sucker. Okay, so we've got normals, we have elevation, whatever. So here in our terrain, so we've actually set that. We need the normals to actually be, you know, the normals, plural, in the real boy. So we need to normals. So that's all the normals there. And then we'd want to add this in here. So you can DIY normals, get the fuck it. I'll get this. You go there, then break. And this is just debug shit, right? For the render targets. Well, I mean, realistically, we don't even want these to happen. We actually just want to store all the info. And then a separate function is send all data to render target. So this just calculates all our shit. Send all to render target. This is a overridden function, which is just gonna get our... The fuck's our dude called? Send all data to the fucking fella. Right, it was here. That's the other thing, is that I couldn't decide. But do I want the render target managers to pull the data when a cell gets updated from, you know, it would be assigned, because it's static. It's like, okay, the wind simulation render target is going to, you know, it's going to pull the R, or it's going to pull the wind direction and strength and put that into the RG channel. It's going to do the something into the B and something into the A channel. No, I think I decided, because then if we're going to do the sub, or like the fine sim, or the offset arrays, or the offset maps, they would need to be... Still technical stuff. We talk about the design aspect of what makes good, and more importantly, immersive weather system. I think a weather system needs to affect gameplay. Otherwise, there's no real point having one. And it needs to affect it in noticeable ways. At least, you know, in my opinion. I think if, like, you know, if it's pouring rain and you don't slip over on rocks, or, you know, your climbing speed is slower, or walking through the mud when it's, like, absolutely, you know, torn to shreds because it's been raining so hard, that doesn't slow you down, then it's kind of like, why do it in the first place? So I think, like, gameplay feedback is the main thing, which is kind of what this system, it will kind of make it easier to handle that kind of stuff, because we'll have, you know, rainfall in an area, which will then make the ground in that area that it rained on wet and muddy and harder to traverse. But it won't do that, you know, in the desert. You're a funny girl. Put your butt away, please. So I think, yeah, number one is feedback to the player, and then number two is kind of like believability, which, like, it can be as simple as, you know, it doesn't rain in the desert. But yeah, you know, like, while the center round moves with the player, that way the weather only effects need to be applied to manageable. Yeah. Yeah, so we could do, and obviously this is what I'd be doing with particle systems specifically, is like, we know in the simulation where it is currently raining. So we'd have a probe on our player that's just periodically being like, oh yeah, what's the current rainfall right now? What's the current rainfall right now? And then as we move, you know, into an area that it is raining, you know, in our simulation code, then our particle system starts spawning raindrops. So it's not like we're going to actually spawn rain particles everywhere. But yeah. The same thing could be said for, depending on the game, the wind system. So, like, for example, our game's a top-down game where, you know, we can only ever see, you know, 20 meters in either direction. We could just use a global wind variable in all our shaders, and then, you know, set that based on our location in the simulation render target. For something like snow coverage, we'd actually want to use the render target, because otherwise, as we move into a snowy area, you'd be able to notice that, like, things over here start to build up a bit of snow as we move. You know, you wouldn't be able to see the gradient of no snow over here to snow over here. Whereas for wind, that isn't as noticeable, because the wind is moving around, you know. Do you have plans to revisit Niagara, or do you feel like you covered everything you wanted to? I've been delving into that series now. I've rewatched 5 Minute Material series for the 5th time. I'm going to do more Niagara videos. I specifically want to cover custom modules, now that I've done Prismatiscape, and, like, I pretty much know Niagara inside and out, as well as Grid 2D, which I'm currently using here to draw these render targets and whatnot. Yeah, I'll be covering them pretty deep. Deep AF. So those two in particular. Update. Send all data to RT. I feel like I should be pulling it from these things. I think I'm gonna go with that. Let's just that can all piss off. Send all data to render target. This is just going to, I guess, tell the fella that it's that's assigned to it. So let's go debug drawman. So this guy has a render target, blah, 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 masks this frame, values this frame, coords this frame. So we would want to have a function up here. Would it be here? Yeah. Yeah. Called pull data from cell, or pull data from coords, and the coords would be coords. That would be an int point. Bam bam. So then in here we would say override update values at coords. You can piss off. Wait, update values at coords. Is that the one that no, pull data from coords. You can fuck off. Pull data. Pull data from coords. Okay. The coords needs to be an array. So then for this guy, what's this one even doing? Debug drawman. So you've got the data RT cache. There's the manager man. So we want to, we can just use get actor of class, right? But let's instead do, how do I want to do this? So let's call this the terrain debug. RT drawer. And when we pull data from coords, for each, we want to pull data from coord singular by getting the simulation data layers that it needs, which I can just be a lazy prick and just be like, hard code it, get actor of class, bam. You know, get the fucking terrain, the terrain layer, man. And we can just get int point. Do I want to do it from coords? Or do I want to do it from index? Pull data from indices. It doesn't really matter, because we're going to convert anyway. Convert to 1D, the X size is the resolution. So then we just want to get the elevation. Get elevation and get
from there. We want to get the normals. Oh, fuck you. Get ref. Oh, no, sorry, here. Then we want to coords this frame. We want to add. That has to be a fucking, 2D fella. Smack this into there. Values are going to be. We just get that. We add. However the fuck we wanted this to go, so we'd get break X, Y, the Z into the Z, and then masks are just 1, 1, 1. Although if we're doing this, we don't need masks. Because we're like, because this terrain debug RT drawer is deciding, it's pulling all the relevant data at once. We're not writing just one channel into the render target. But we might need the masks to do, well, we will need the masks when we do the, the finer simulation-y shit, like, like people keep walking over these 1 by 1 meter cells, therefore we erode the soil so that it creates a dirt path over time. When we do that, we don't need to update the snow offset if there isn't any snow, or we don't have to fuck with the, the wetness or whatever. Even if they're all being drawn to the same render target. So in that case, we just want to do that without pulling all that extra data to then update those tiles. Because I guess it wouldn't even have those, because it would be a map rather than an array. So we'd only have the values that have been changed from the default would actually exist. So the path would have, oh yeah, this coordinate, that coordinate, blah, 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 blah. We wouldn't even store all of the extra ones, because then we'd just have like millions of cells. So, coords, values, masks. Pull data from coords. And then, after that's done, we send to Niagara? How the fuck does this work again? Send data to Niagara, does that, and clears them. Sweet. So in theory, let's just make this instance editable. Let's go to parent. Pardon me. Send data to Niagara, call in editor. So in theory, if we had debug drawman, send data to Niagara, I think that sent through. I don't know. Let's just do elevation, calculate, water, blah, blah, blah. This isn't even elevation anymore. It's called a different thing. Can I like clear this? Oh, what about the debug noise? Handler actor. Debug noise RT is callable in editor. So if I got this guy, debug noise render target, then we get a UV. Then if I said send data to Niagara, okay, this should be pulling our data from these places. The elevation fella. Although, is this still... Is it just confused because it's called something different? No, it would have the same hash. Terrain debug RT drawer. Pull data from coords. Right, no, it's this function. Oh, I'd want to do... Oh, fuck. So this is pull data from these coords. Which then sends it through immediately. But I'd need to do that for every coordinate. So we need a function in our upper called... So there's update values at coords, which is our... How was I doing that manually here? Yeah. Right, because that was getting pushed. Pushing data to coords. New function. Oh, fuck. Refresh or pull all coords data. Call in editor. Sick. And then what this is going to do is just be like, hey, get this, get the array length, grid array length, convert 1D to 2D. And then call. Oh, fuck. I have to do that for... let's see. Grid array length. If I wanted to do every single thing, we would need to pull data from coords. We need to do a for loop from 0 to -1 this. Convert this. And then down here we're going to add a local variable, coords, which is an int point. Inty pointy. We're going to add you to there. So we generate a fucking gigantic list of coordinates. Send it through, and then it fucking does its shit. Nope, go back. Split X. Pull all coords, data, grid array length, last index. Yeah. Okay, and so then that will then go here. And in here, we're saying, pull data from coords, every single coord. Do the shit, build up these arrays, send them to Niagara, and then flush them. So now, if we go... this guy. Pull all coords data. There we go. Well, we got the... We got the height data. Where the fuck are the normals? Where are the normals? Am I just dumb? No, no, we should be getting the normals from here. Oh, are the normals not... Maybe they got gigafucked. Right, right, that needs to... Calculate initial data. Repeat that, draw our debug. Yep. Reinitialize the manager.
Hey Vintage, it's going good.
It's going quite good. I'm just doing some bullshit, as we do.
You just simulate atoms, then you'll have easy emergent gameplay. Hell yeah. Unironically though, that's kind of what what we're doing.
Tanvi, how's it going? Why is it freezing now?
I need to work out a better workflow for this. You know, to rebuild it and whatnot. Would you be interested in doing a stream review roast my blueprint? Fuck, I don't know. That I might go a bit too hard if we did that. People might never watch my stream ever again. Terrible frame rate though? Who needs frame rate when you can simulate individual atoms, you know? Why does this get so angry when I click on it? Oh god, I'm frozen. Oh, is it because it's auto-saving, maybe? One probably overly and totally unnecessarily complicated BP. You know, I'd probably enjoy that. I love complicated things. Don't need to be, you know, so complicated, but we make them complicated anyway. That's sort of my entire life. Is this getting shitty because it's... Oh, maybe the array... Let me check the array length. Is it trying to load this whole dude? No, they're only 14,000 entries long. Well, at least they are calculated. So if I go to this guy, the debug draw man. Oh my god, I need to restart my editor so bad. It's probably just memory leaking out its butthole. So if I go pull all coords data, bam, we get our normals back. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. So that works fine. Yeah. Yeah, you know what, let me just save all. Close and open. Close duffing. Open duffing. What are your opinion on this topic? Cell shader in UE, which uses PP volume, looks so flickery, but games like Guilty Gear are able to nail it perfectly. So a lot of games will use like an in-shader cell shader rather than a post-process. The only reason things get flickery is because of like cascade shadows being, you know, a low resolution, or, you know, world position offset doing weird things with shadows. Temporal, you know, TAA and ambient occlusion can do weird shit to cell shaded shadows. So you first have to kind of clean that all up a fair bit to get like really sharp, consistent shading and whatnot. PP volume? Hell yeah. Okay, so we've got our sim data field manager. This holds on to all the data fields. Classes, these are the actual instances. Cell size, grid resolution, grid array, top left corner, simulation size, blah, 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 blah. We have some nice functions. Get distributed cell locations from index. Get cell location from index. Reinitialize manager. So what is this doing? This is just doing... I don't want to do this on construction. We want to just do it manually to avoid fuckery. So then in here... when we initialize data field, I don't think we actually have to do that. Like, what do we even call on initialize data field? Well, calculate initial data, which is a bit... no, I guess, okay, in here we do want to set. So this is in data field. On initialize data field, we should... oh no, we set the manager explicitly. So, again, we don't actually need to initialize that. Other than to calculate initial data, which is callable in editor anyway. So I guess we'll just leave that manual for the time being. So we go to the elevation terrain thing, we say calculate initial data. Why are the normals getting erased? Let's yeet this. Yeah, I know it's referencing it. You know what, let's even get rid of the... actually, you know what, let me just get rid of water. Yeah, fuck you. Debug drawman is looking for those things when it updates. So we get this and we say clear you, and then I'm also gonna apply instance changes to the blueprint. True, it is April Fool's Day, and I didn't do an April Fool's video, which is a shame. I should have done something. But I did not. So data field classes. Let's add one called terrain. Wow, terrain. And we'll add another one called warder. And then we reinitialize the manager. That will then create the two actors and link them to our dude. Oh, we need to compute, blah, blah, blah. Still got all the shit. Yep. So then if we go to terrain 0, we've got elevation, we got normals. Then we can calculate initial data, which will go through and do like a fucking gazillion line traces. Or sphere traces, more accurately. What are the videos we're working on here? We are doing a thing. We're doing a thing. Just gotta wait for that to do its thing. Okay, so now we've got our 14,000 fucking values and shit. Cool, cool, cool. And then if we go to our debug drawman, then we can tell it to, well, we can clear this. Debug noise RT. Okay, so why is that not? Debug noise RT. Terrain, blah, blah, blah. Get terrain. Pull data from cohorts. Sorry, this is our pull data from cohorts. What was the other function? Debug noise RT. I'm going to call this debug clear RT. Which should just be grid. Oh, it is our grid array length, not. If we go to here, grid array length. No, 14,000. So then this guy, debug. Oh, I need to initialize the handler. It needs to get the manager. Debug clear render target. Yep. Pull all cohorts data. Yep. Cool. Send data to Niagara we don't need as a exposed function. Send data to Niagara is not callable in editor. Initialize handler does, yeah, okay, sets the manager reference, sets the render targets reference, sets the stuff in the Niagara Grid 2D system. Cool. Okay, so that's a decent workflow. Let's now just do like a really shitty wind simulation. So we're going to go data field. Select, this is called PWSDF underscore wind. Well, let's call it atmosphere. Right. This is the atmosphere. Cool. How does this work? So we would need an initial... calculate initial data. Fuck. We could just start with noise. 2D noise. Variables are wind, which is a 2D vector. Oh, is it a 2D vector? Because, like, wind can obviously go up and down, but we kind of want to just imply that it's going up and down. So I think it is just a 2D. That's an array. Other variables are temperature. It's an array of float values, I guess. Yeah. I guess we then need like a pressure, as in like, not like the air pressure, but when wind the difference in the length of the wind vector between doodads. Pretty much like the normals of the wind, right? But let's just do some shitty ass wind. So let's go calculate initial data, get the manager, get length, for loop. This -1. That's our last index. Convert to 1D to 2D. Because I want a Perlin noise. Maybe, fuck it. 1D, whatever. 1D's nuts. You go in there. Let's multiply that by, oh, sorry, divide that by some number. Let's go back here. Divide by, I don't fucking know, 500 or some shit. Break that open. Perlin noise. With an offset. So then for each of them, let's get the resolution. Nope. Okay, so these calculate initial data. So we just need to set the current wind array, fucking blah, blah, blah. When we calculate initial data, do we... Let me just check how we do that in terrain. Calculate initial data. Right, we do... Well, we clear it, but we have local variables anyway that... That one's getting added to... We... fuck, maybe that's why it was going into the fuck zone. Because we didn't clear the initial state. So it was adding it on each time? I don't know. Who fucking knows? Who cares? Who cares? So then, yeah, let's clear... Wind, clear. Temperature, clear. I probably need to write helper functions in a bit to get, you know, up, down, left, right cells and shit, but not super relevant yet. We could also get the terrain and for the initial temperature, use the height of the terrain, you know? Might make sense. Let's just get wind. We're going to get that. We're going to add our tufa per dude. X, Y. Now that will be between -1 and 1. So now we need to... So this is wind meters per second. And so we want our max starting wind to be like, I don't know, some fucking number. How fast does wind go? In meters per second. Normal wind speed in meters per second. A normal wind speed, often used in the context of wind turbines, is generally considered to be at least 4 meters per second. For small turbines, blah, 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 fucking whatever. 3 miles per 3 meters per second. Gentle breeze. Let's just do 20. 30. Fuck it. Start with some crazy wind. No, actually, we should probably let it develop. Temperature, calculate initial data. Let's just go get actor of class. The terrain. Terrain, man. Yeah. I'll just fucking... You know, this should probably be in the initialize stage. Override init data field. Was this doing anything? No. Data field uninitialize. Calculate initial data. I mean, no fucking duh. Fuck it, we'll do it lazy. This is prototype. We'll chuck this in here. We'll just smack down a local. This is called terrain. Cool. And then we'll go terrain. What does clear node do? It empties the array. So it sets... Well, it sets the length to 0. So it doesn't, like, set all the values to 0 or to their default. It, like, gets rid of them entirely. So we could get index, get elevation. Map range. Clamped. In range. 0 being sea level. And 100,000 being very high up cold. We'll go 20 to... Fuck, I don't know, 0. Yeah. And we're going to get our temperature. Smack that here. Can be applied on anything else. You might be able to do it for a map. Or a set. But I think... Yeah, just arrays. What does it say? Clear an array removes all content. Yeah. Let's also do a bit of temperature variation to start. Plus or minus 5 degrees. Oh, that needs to just be a... Add them together. And then add the offset. Kill. Alright, let's just go with that. Is there a node to have a fixed length array? You can set or resize to set it to a certain length, and it will just fill it with default values. But if you add something beyond that point, it will extend it. I'll be right back real quick. What a controller, I'm going out of bounds. I mean, you could do that by just having an integer that just says, yeah, like, okay, what's the maximum size of the array? And just checking, is it greater than or less than? Or you could even do set array element. But then the index you could like max or min. You know, whatever you're setting it to. You could min that against the maximum that you wanted. I think there's ways in C++ to set a true maximum. Or like to assign you know, a chunk in memory for it. But I think in Blueprint, you just, you know, Blueprint's too silly. Two-static array exists, but not... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in Blueprint, everything's a dynamic array. I wonder if... Yeah, no. My hair's so naughty. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to specify in Blueprint Just because, like, you know, the memory and cache missing and all those other benefits you can get. What am I talking about? I don't know shit. Alright, let's make a new terrain debug RT drawer. So this one's going to be called... I guess we'll just duplicate this. This one's called Atmosphere Debug Drawer. We need to duplicate these. These ones are called Debug Atmosphere Cache, and then just Debug Atmosphere. RT, yeah. Cache RT. Well, we don't even need to cache them anymore, right? Because we're not doing masks, which means we save a bunch of memory and shit. Alright, let's go to Atmosphere Debug Drawer. Data RT is Atmo. This one is Atmosphere. Oh. Atmosphere Cache. New variable. What are you? Go. What the fuck? Oh, that's... Yeah, fuck off. Cool. This one then, on pull data from coords, needs to just go, hey, get the atmosphere, dude. Then for each, we are going to get the temperature. Smack you into there. We are going to get the wind. The wind. We're going to get here. Smack you there. You can piss off. You can break. Bam bam. That should be fine. Anything else in here? No, that's all good. And I guess we just do that to your X, Y, and B. X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and B. So then we can just say, if this was our debug fella, and we are using the atmosphere debug, and then we go to this guy. Well, we need to go to this guy. We need to add the atmosphere dude. We need to reinitialize you. You just added the atmosphere. We need to do all this shit. Reinitialize manager, yeah. In the right place. Go to atmosphere. Well, terrain. Oh my god, it takes so fucking long to load when I click it. And I don't know why. Is it because the array is so big? $14,000 isn't even that big. 14,000 is small for me. Calculate initial data, that's all good. Atmosphere. Oh my god, yeah, switching back and forth just fucking chugs it. I probably want to make the variables exposed. It doesn't actually need to be exposed. Calculate initial data. And then in the atmosphere debug drawer, let's pull all coords data. Oh no, initialize a handler. Then do this. That should set them to be there. And then do this. And now we have whatever the fuck this is. Why is it doing this? Also, I just want to
that straight in.
Possible to make new nodes? Would you have to work with the engine source code? No, you can make new nodes. You can like expose C++ functionality to Blueprint just using like a Blueprint. What's it called? Blueprint function library.
Manage a grid array length. Do the thing. For body, add to the wind meters per second. So that should all be doing a thing. We actually go to the atmosphere and expose these all. Maybe not you know, fuck it. Pressure.
Lady cat,
what are you doing, huh?
oh, we didn't.
Wait, did we calculate initial data? But why is this not... When I say calculate initial data,
Does it have a reference to the manager?
probably not, because Atmosphere. Hey, hop off my keyboard, please. I go to the data fields manager, reinitialize manager. That should set manager on everything. So now this should... Yeah. So it's just that that variable wasn't set. Now it has wind and temperature. Then if I go to the atmosphere debug drawer... Oh, Lady Cat, what did you just do? And then I go pull all coords from data. Initialize. Oh, clear. Pull all coords data.
Why is it? Oh, is it just that it is out of
Bounds on the... Well, it's just a... It's just green. It's just big values. We go to atmosphere. We actually look in those arrays. Yeah, so that is all values and shit. I don't know why it's going up. That's definitely not Perlin noise. That's just straight up going up. Oh, Lady Cat. Yes, I'll put you outside in a sec. Yes. Alright, what about the temperature? 20... fluctuating, yeah, cool. Okay, so the wind speed... Initial wind speed. Is it just going out of bounds or something? Tikavad, hello, howdy. Howdy doody. Howdily McDoodly.
Was it supposed to be different weather or wind speed? Yeah, we're doing like a wind / temperature / humidity precipitation simulation that covers the entire world, so that because a lot of what my game is about is like traversing the environment, and so it's kind of impossible without doing an actual, you know, spatial weather simulation. You wouldn't be able to go from somewhere that it's sunny. You wouldn't be able to walk to somewhere where it has just rained. You know what I mean? There's like no way to kind of... Again, unless you were tracking in a particular cell different weather and shit, but that is exactly kind of what we're doing anyway. Or you can't go somewhere where it has just snowed. If that makes sense. Without a spatial weather simulation. So that's kind of what we're getting at. And also just to create some chaos. Why? This takes so long to load. What? How's my memory looking? What's my fucking... How do you check memory? I don't know. Yeah, a wetness map. Exactly, exactly. And the wetness will dry off, you know, based on, you know, maybe it's like behind a mountain. That's not going to dry up as quickly. Why is this... Okay, but now you're just set to 0 because you're... Have you lost your reference? Reinitialize. Atmosphere. Calculate initial data. I think it keeps losing its reference to the manager. Now if we get this and we say, hey, pull all of the cells and blah, blah, blah. Okay, now it's yellow. Why is this? And why is this... Does that Perlin noise node even fucking do anything? Like, bruh, convert 1D index to 2D index for a given cell. Maybe I just don't make them as small? Lady cat, you're being naughty. I guess whenever I recompile it, the yeah. You know what? Maybe I'll just do on calculate initial data. Let's just grab the manager. Just every single time and just fucking reset it. Just chuck it in there. Just to like double check, make sure. Should probably do that in calculate initial data in the parent function. And then in the atmosphere, you do your thing, blah, blah, blah. Terrain. Do this, call, parent, do that. That'll just make sure that it has a reference, even if we recompile it. So now if we go... Calculate initial data. That's gonna calculate fucking 14,000 cells worth of elevation and normal data. I'm working on a weather simulation. Like a global scale weather, grid-based weather simulation. Pretty much PrismaticaDev, but like 1,000,000 times larger. And it looks like my internet is going to the fuck zone. So let's drop that bitrate slightly. Right now we go to our atmosphere, dude. Slate array properties do not handle large amount. So is it just the is it just these drop boxes that is causing the hitching? Because I mean, like, I don't need these exposed. I only wanted these exposed so I could check that they were full. Maybe I'll just do a yeah, it definitely is that. 100%. Yeah, I might just hide, like, make them, what's it called? Even just, like, going out, like, I guess cleaning that up, it just hitches. Like, switching from that out to one that doesn't have them. It must need to clean them all up and shit. Alright, there we go. There's our wind data. That looks so dumb. Sorry, initial wind data. Why is it, Right, no, that does make sense. How can I get a... Yeah, no, that's silly. What was the maximum wind? Like 30 or some shit. Let's just chuck that in there. Temperature divided by 30 into the blue Chanel. Cool. Data's gone plaid, yeah. But you can see that the initial temperature is colder on the mountains. Yeah, I need to do that properly now. Let me also just get rid of the instanced editable. Yeah, how can I do a random random wind direction based on a Perlin noise? Oh, I could do. Hold on. We could do this plus this. Or plus some multiple. What is it, Lady Kia? Let's add these together. Then chuck it through the Perlin. Then use that to do fucking what is it? Rotate vector. Get rotated 2D. Angle degree. So if we say pointing straight up, and that's a 2D vector, and then angle in degrees, this multiplied by 360. So positive, oh, would it be probably 180, right? Negative 180 to positive 180. Chuck that into there. that should... Oh, but that doesn't have length. Well, we could do a different noise. With different shit. Or just this offset by some value. And that could be the... Let me multiply that by... I don't know. I just need, like, some randomness to start off. I wonder if, yeah, are there any other... What's RT noise? Render... Oh, no. It's done. Yeah, there's just this 1D Perlin noise. Perlin noise and remap? No. Let's just do this. A big Perlin noise, and then just add. Noise for the direction, use random selector for the speed. That's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, I could just do this, right? Do random here, and then a different random for the other one. And then that goes into the dude, so that'll just give us... Yep. And then, yeah, just multiply that by our maximum wind, or initial wind speed. That should be fine. And then the temperature, we just need to... what's it called? Yo, Ninja Sky! Thanks for the 21 biddies. Absolute giga. Thank you very much. Very, very appreciated. This should work now. So we have atmosphere. Calculate initial data. Pull all cohorts data. I mean, it's it's better. But it's still a nightmare. Is that just because it's too small? Or not small enough? I mean, look, it is just for the initial data. So I'm not that fussed. Thank you, I will. I'll try. Surely there's a 3D Perlin noise, I swear. Anyway, yeah, good enough. That's quite random. Random. Good enough. Good enough. So then we need to actually do the wind simulation, which is a whole fucking thing. I'll be right back. Yum, I ate a biscuit. I ate a biscuit. Alright, we need a new one called Wind Cache. We need a Temperature Cache. Fuck pressure for now. So, we need to... I suppose a blueprint there. Yeah, gotcha. Goddamn. This is fine for now. It's just to set the initial values, and then obviously our simulation is going to do some wacky ass shit. That's so dumb. So, atmosphere. What atmosphere? We need to do a function in data field called on new cycle. On new cycle, we get our current and we set that as the cache. If I set an array as another array, that's by reference, right? If I have like a 14,000 long list and I say set this array as this array, that'll just point, right? It's not going to copy all those fucking thingos. Because I was thinking like, oh, do I need to do like an AB? Like, you know, a flip-flop array for this kind of shit, but... yeah, no, I think, yeah, setting is fine. So, on On new cycle. Let's call it new update cycle. On new simulation cycle. We go atmosphere. We say get wind meters per second and set the wind cache. Bam. Sweet. Yeah. I mean, look, this is all going to get done in C++ eventually anyway, so... Setting an array with another array will indeed copy it. Ah. But in C++, you can set it by reference, surely. So I guess we just don't worry about it for now. I don't want to have to fucking write flip-flop logic between two arrays just to prevent me from... Yeah. So then we need an update cell. New function called update cell. Update cell. So that's the pointers of data just copied as reference. Yeah. Set as reference. So this needs a delta. Or time. Yeah, I guess delta. Put that array inside a component and stuff references to have like a pointer. Yeah, that's true, but that's effort. Alright, coords. You are an int point. Int punt. Int punt. Now, because we're in CPU land, and we're going to be doing this cell by cell, we can just do dumb shit like get this cell and add to the value in the adjacent cells or whatever. We don't have to, like, you know, for this cell, get all the surrounding cells and see how many would go into it. We can do it the other way around. So we can just, like, send wind into an adjacent cell, I guess. It's kind of fucky because we're in a grid. Do we even want the coords, or do we just... No, we want index, actually. Index, delta, that should be all it needs. So then in atmosphere, when we go... update cell. Shwow. We need to... You know what? I also want to get, this probably just needs a reference to the terrain, right? Terrain data? Why is that already got something using that? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, here. This is a temp though. I want to set that as a big boy.
Can I promote you? Local. Alright, fuck you then. It's gonna have to... Fuck it, I'll just do this. And then you... Terrain. Here. Bam, bam. This guy can die. Now this guy is called Terrain Data. You fucking... Terrain Data. Alrighty. So in update cell, get terrain data. We need to... So our current wind just got set as the wind cache. So we want to be like, okay, the wind cache, this is our current version. We want to... fuck, I don't know. Fanny yesterday, you can't copy an object in Blueprint. I feel like such a basic function to me, but I guess says things like people can't create a bunch of loose objects to be garbage collected. Yeah. You mean like duplicate an object with a like give it a different pointer. I want actually. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Yummyo, you do a lot of shader stuff. Any reason to not use computer shading instead of using material editor? Finding roadblocks that are hard to deal with on the conventional material editor approach. The conventional material stuff is like the best. The only real reason to use compute shaders is if you need to do things like render target stuff, where where your shaders need state, because usually shaders don't have any knowledge of what came before them. They just have dummy instructions every frame. But obviously when we need to do things like, we're leaving trails in the grass, or, wind simulation stuff, the shader needs to know what the previous state was and to operate on it, per pixel and whatnot. So that's where compute shaders are very handy. But I can't imagine using compute shaders for, even something as simple as, an ocean shader. I feel like compute shaders are a bit overkill for that. Or HLSL even. HLSL you can do a bit more stuff in. But yeah, regular material graph is perfectly fine for 99% of stuff. Does the grass and water interaction work on separate heights? Not if they're overlapped. Not if you've got something up here and something down there. It can do it. It can do one and then the other, but it can't do them both simultaneously because it uses the height runtime virtual texture to compare our capsules. So here we go, Pris debug shapes 1. Then you can see our character has these shapes on them, and they get compared against
the ground. But something you can do is, if I've got like a top layer, then we can do, you know, we can enable that layer to draw to the runtime virtual texture, or disable it. Ever seen anything like this video in the Discord for interaction? This is the first time I've seen anything like it. Wish he went more in depth. So, video in the Discord. Let me have a gaze. Interactive Grass 3D System UE5. Let me have a look. Right. Let me watch it on YouTube. Yeah, so this would be using a Niagara Grid 3D instead of a 2D. Which, yeah, does it in 3 dimensions. The only problem is that it's 3D. It's it's very expensive. You're essentially dealing with, I don't know how many cells that would have. Unless he's using SVTs, but I doubt you can draw them at runtime. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same as Prismaticade, but it's using a 3D simulation instead of a 2D simulation. Which I have thought about moving my capsule stuff to like a very coarse 3D. Like the capsule as in like this stuff. For like the general player position. So that things like trees and, you know, when you jump over things. Obviously for my game, it's a bit overkill, but for some games that might make sense. Same with doing a wind simulation. You could do a 3D wind simulation pretty easily. You just add the extra dimension. So he's calling it, what's a VRT? And this, yeah, so it's in Niagara, so it is Grid 3D. What's V, though? Oh, it's... That's so weird. You can, like, rotate it around. Oh, is it maybe not a... What's that data asset type? Nah, that's RVT. This is definitely a render target, and you can see it's locally bound. I just wonder what the asset... Oh, volume render target. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've used... What do I use in Voxel Painter? I can't remember. I think... I don't know if it's a volume render target or a... Or a 3D... Or a cube render target? I can't remember. Go to PVP. Okay, yeah, it is a VRT in here. Although in this case, I'm doing like an atlas for like, you know, spatial data on a bunch of instanced meshes using custom data to assign them to, you know, a space. So you can have like burning instanced trees that are only, you know, that are burning from this corner into that corner into whatever. But why is his is like...
So weird. What? How does he get it?
Oh, 3D view. There it is. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. So this is what he was doing in the thing. He was looking at it in 3D view. Why can't I zoom in more? Zoom me in more, you bastard. Can I not go in? No. Yeah, that's dope. I didn't realize that was a thing. Now I do. Very swag. So yeah, the gist of that is pretty much what I do, but 3D. Which means that, yeah, you can... Because it would be tracking, you know, in world space, in the Z-axis as well. Whereas ours is only recording when we're touching the landscape, which is why we can only do it on one level. So... yeah, there's definitely a... There are pros and cons. But as I was saying, you could... For something as, like, low res as, you know, the kind of general proximity stuff, even if it was just, like, 2 or 3 Z slices, you could still get a lot of stuff out of that. Especially, like, here's the other thing, right? Depending on... I don't know. Depends on how much you needed going on at a given time. Because you could do it 3D and move the Z slices with the character, or with the player. But yeah, I don't know. Does like material editor can cover most of the stuff, not having direct access to buffers can be annoying though. You can access, like, you know, the vertex normal buffer and the world position buffer and the depth buffer and the pixel normal buffer and stuff. But yeah, you can't, like... Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit limiting. Also, hello, Krimus. I hope you're doing well. Alright, back to this absolute nightmare. So, wind simulation. How the fuck... using forward rendering, can you use the pros and cons about forward deferred? I use deferred rendering. Deferred rendering, you can do more stuff. And it can be more performant in, like, some cases. You know, with specific things, like decals, for example. Because decals in deferred rendering get calculated in one, you know, the decal buffer pass, rather than if you're doing decals in forward rendering. I'm pretty sure that each individual draw call that has a decal needs to figure out all the shit about that decal. So if you have, like, one decal covering 100 different objects, all 100 of those objects need to, like, render that decal. Whereas if you do essentially, like, screen space decals, the decal just gets splattered over the depth pass in just one go. But then obviously you're doing an entire separate pass just for decals, so it's kind of like a weird, you know, like, fixed overhead that scales better versus, you know, if you're not doing anything, then you don't pay anything for forward rendering. So, I don't know. Forward rendering seems very limiting to me for all of the kind of bullshit that I like to do. But yeah. UE5 decals issue? Yeah, it needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of stuff in Unreal just needs a lot of work, and it just doesn't get worked on because other shit. I guess on new simulation cycle, I want to set the current wind. And I want to clear that, or... well, not even clear. I want to fucking... How can I... Oh, this is ugly. Hold on. I don't want to clear it. I just want to set it to default. I mean, I could set length or, like, fucking resize. But that's just terrible. There's no need for Fortnite. It's not a priority, Saboteur. Yeah, exactly, exactly. If it's not needed for Fortnite or for virtual production stuff, then it doesn't get worked on. Is this... Remember how they gassed up the water plug and then abandoned it immediately? Hell yeah, I do. That's why I never bought into that plugin. Did Fortnite stop having water or something? I don't play it. I don't know. It's clearly where it needs to be for Fortnite to function, and no further. How can I like set... I don't want to clear it. I want to, like, set this to... its default. You know what I mean? Fuck it, I'll just resize it. Does that set the last... No, the new size, the new length. Alright, on update, sale, win, cash. This one. So I need to get... how do I want to do this? Do I want to do a look around and then do our new value? Or do I want to be sending wind from one cell to the other? It's like, do I want to do it back to front or front to back? Like, you know, if this cell... Let's say the wind here is moving in this direction. You know, let me get rid of the blue channel. Get rid of the blue Chanel. So if this cell is moving in the green direction, working with grid is so fucky when it comes to, like, diagonals and stuff. Kind of. Let's go paint. Paint. My eyes. Okay. We have grid. Let's do a grid. Right? We've got a grid. This is our wind values. So let's say this one is pointing up here. Let's say these are all 100 meters. And if this was going straight up, we could... We can assume if the wind is traveling 100 meters per second and our update delta is 100 meters. Sorry, and our update delta is 1 second. We could just subtract this down to 0 and add this value to here. And then, you know, if this one was going this way, then I don't fucking know. Or you know, let's say this one's going this way at 100 meters per second over 1 second. We would then move this one to here. Some kind of shit, right? Obviously, we wouldn't be moving the entire thing. Now, obviously, that gets a bit fucky when we go and do diagonal stuff. Like, what's the deal with diagonals, you know? How much bigger is the diagonal than the uppity-downity? What's the diagonal length of a thing? Like 1.33 or some shit? Diagonal of a square ratio. It's 1 to root 2. Okay, but what's that? It's can you just, like, fucking... Diagonal of square with length 1. Oh my god, just fucking tell... Yeah, I know it's root 2, but what is root 2? Approx root 2. 1.414. 1.41. Okay. 141. Okay, we'll just go with that for the diagonal. Oh, I mean, it's not even the fucking diagonal. Because we'd want to, like, spread it between here and there and this way. Right? Like, if this is pointing up here, we would want to put some of it into this cell, most of it into this cell, some of it into that cell. And we want to evenly distribute it and deduct it from itself so that it's like zero sum. so that we're never, like, losing wind or some shit. Right? Probably. What I've done is this just use Manhattan distance. I mean, that's a good point. Like, why even do diagonals? Why not just send some of the x to this one and some of the y to this one, and then as it iterates, it just, this one then goes to there. Just spread it between top down and left right. It won't get propagated to diagonal cell on the next iteration. Won't it get propagated? Yeah. That's what I was just saying. So maybe we just fuck with it like that. It's a great form of diffusion. Yeah, exactly. It is literally, we're diffusing the air over multiple iterations. Let's just go with that for now. So in atmosphere, update cell. So we'd need, if we're doing that, we could just, no, we do have to clear the array for the next thinger, right? Use diffusion from Navier-Stokes. Yeah, I could. But I also might not need to. So this is previous data. Let's break this into an X and a Y. And then we want to... Fuck it. What's the... Oh, I guess this could just be sine, right? Oh, does that not return a dude? No. Doesn't do it the same as a shader kernel, like a blur. Yeah. I think this should be fine because it's... Well, one, because it's so big. Like, we're on the order of 100-meter cells that are all, like, interpolated between anyway. They're not, like, hard cells. So we have our delta, which is usually a second. It should be multiplied by our delta, right? Because if it's 2 seconds, we need it to go further. So, yeah. So we get this. Fuck you, dog. So we get our... No, that's the coord. We get the wind cache. This is the wind travel distance. Is DDX DD1 in Unreal coarse or fine? It's coarse by default, but you can access the fine in HLSL node. So if you do custom node and you go DDX fine or some shit, I forget what the thing is, but yeah, then you have to define the input and the fucking whatever. But yeah, it can do fine. But I'm guessing it's a bit more expensive. So we're going to get that, and then that is by reference. But that's been set to 0. So then if we go get... So now I've got the wind travel. This is the wind cached value. Wind travel. We need to get the... I guess it is sine, but... I want to do it in... Can I round it? No, I don't want to round. I want to, truncate. I can't fucking trunk that. Truncate. Which will get rid of the fractional part. Although if it's 0 point blah blah blah. How can I get... It is just sine, isn't it? But I don't want it to be a float. Why does that output a float? Can I go sine int? But that takes in an integer. Which then I'd have to fuck with that. Because I basically want to be like, oh, get the int point, and then add, you know, up, down, or up and to the left from here. I mean, I could break that and then... Wind travel, X, Y. How can I convert that to... I mean, I can just... Fuck, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just go heavy. I'm pretty sure we can just do this in C++. Whatever. And then just to int. We'll just truncate that. Or even just round would be fine, but whatever. So then we need to do a for loop. Oh, not even a for loop. It's literally just two thingers. Where we get x plus 1. Oh, x plus the x travel. With the same... Make int point. Oh, shit, there we go. So that's x, and then the original y. And then the y plus this guy, up or down. And the original x. So then these are our two things. We go convert from 2D to 1D. The other thing about with this here, does it wrap convert 2D to 1D? Because it doesn't have an inbounds thing. I wonder if that does just wrap to the other side. Or if it goes out of bounds, if it just goes down to the next row. I don't know. Who fucking cares? So then we want to get the new wind meters per second.
And then the new wind meters per second here. And we want to add some fucking value to the X and or the Y of those other ones. And do that for the entire thing. How much do we want to... is it ever gonna... I feel like if we do this though, the it's never gonna move like it can't move diagonally, right? Because if it's, let's say the wind's going exactly on X, it will just keep going. If it's going diagonal, it's just gonna diffuse. Whereas if it goes in X or Y, it isn't going to. So maybe we do need to do diagonal shit. Let's do diagonal. So instead of doing... Well, we'd still need to get all three of them. But we'd need to do one where we get both of these into an endpoint. Oh, and this is the... Fuck off. This is the diagonal one. Because, yeah, the wind can only ever point in towards 3 cells, right? So then how do I break this up? So yeah, it'll be like, okay, we do this, we add some, you know, some this waysness to these ones. As well as mostly to this one, depending on the angle. Fuck, I guess it is some fucked up angle shit. I mean, I can do a dot against the... Oh, no, you know, I could get this, the absolute of this direction minus the absolute of this direction. And the closer they are to 0... No, that's dumb. How the What am I fucking...
We could have a water system that you can use for open worlds, but that is also tied to a better landscape system, doing both this amount of work. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's actually something that I'm sort of indirectly working on here. But also, like, the, in, like, PrismaticaDev. By using RVTs instead of render targets, you know, we can define, like, shorelines on, like, an infinitely large thing. Like, oh yeah, here's a shoreline, and now the waves are, like, going around this island and whatnot. Like that. And using RVTs to do all of the flow map blending between, like, the rivers and the lakes and the ocean and the blah blah. They definitely need to, oh my god, work on RVTs a bit more. RVTs are, like, the best thing in the engine. But they're so, like, neglected. Alright, so how do we know how much to send to each other cell? So let's say we have this diagonal. Well, if it's a perfect diagonal, how do we know to send it over here? What's the ratio? Can you improve RVTs even more? Yeah, absolutely. There's I'd say, like, three specific things that they could do to make RVTs, like, way, way better. The first is to be able to link RVTs so that they can be unpacked in the shader. So if you go to, like, runtime virtual texture sample, and, you know, we go to landscape RVT, and we, you know, we sample this, we sample that, you know, that's all good. But as soon as we sample a different RVT, the instruction count will jump up by, like, 200 or 300 instructions, because it has to do the whole, like, unpack kind of thing. It has to, like, remap and unpack the textures, even if they both had the exact same positions and resolutions and all that kind of shit. So, like, if that could just get done once and then shared between all the samples, then they'd be heaps more performant from, like, a, you know, shader perspective. And then the other thing that would be nice is if you could create, like, just a custom configuration or something and set a default value, you know. Because, like, I'm using, like, specular and roughness to send through the X and the Y strength of, you know, the shoreline for the you know, for the ocean stuff. We just loop over each cell with a kernel. Every cell copy is like 0.5, so let's change the cells around it. I could do that. I could do a kernel-based thing. The only problem with that, I mean, I guess I'm only going up, down, left, right. I mean, for one, it would be more expensive to do that. Because because we have to do a kernel for every single dude. But I don't know, I just figured sending it out would be way better. Because then it's like, for each cell, we're only doing 3 operations rather than 8. Gonna do it every frame, either so it gets you... Yeah, well, I'll be doing it every frame, but be doing, like, 1 cell per frame. And then around the player, lerping, you know, because we've got the cached value, which is the previous value. And then based on what the average, you know, full iteration time is, we can lerp towards the new value. Based on that, so it'll be... It'll always be, like, 10 seconds behind, but I think of it more like we're predicting what's going to happen in 10 seconds, and then we lerp towards that. You know. Wouldn't just write and down work then? I don't think so, because then all of our diagonals are going to disperse like that. So I think we actually need to, like, send... You know, send diagonals across to there. Wouldn't just write and down work then? If I only did right and down, then it couldn't actually move upwards. Unless, like, you know, we do a kernel. Which, like, that's what I do, like, in PrismaticaDev. Which is, you know, on the GPU, so it's, like, giga fast. That essentially does, like, for the wind and, you know, any kind of velocity simulation, we do, like, a kernel and then use that kernel to displace the, you know, the cache and whatever to do this. Which is, like, you know, I mean, my wind sim here is, like, super gamified. It's not, like, physical whatsoever. There's no pressure calculation or whatnot. But, I mean, it does work. There's obviously some things that it doesn't do super well. The benefit here is, though, that we I mean, even here, we get some, like, bias, you know. I also add a lot of curl noise to it, like turbulence, to make it less shit, to kind of hide the fact that it's just a bit fucked. But let me just look at how I do it in here. Oh, we're opening this up. Shit. Let's go to our wind. Oh my god, fuck off. Wind. Wind simulation. So yeah, wind simulation, delta, value, do a kernel. So for this pixel, get the surrounding pixels, get the average of them, and then, you know, I mean, that's pretty much it. And then I get the wind normal and add some fraction of that to it. And then just rotate it based on some, you know, texture noise or some shit. Well, yeah, no, so here's the thing, is that we do the kernel, and we then use that averaged value to sample the previous frame and pull it from that, from that value, essentially. So here we sample previous blah, blah, blah. But the reason we have to do that is because we're operating pixel by pixel. We can't just be like, okay, for pixel number 1, add a value to pixel number 2 or pixel number 3. Whereas on the CPU, we can do that. So I don't know, I feel like on the CPU we should do it like that, where we actually move values around. The other thing is that the idea about moving values around also kind of works for the what's it called? The temperature and stuff. Temperature and humidity and all that kind of stuff. Rather than needing to do a kernel, like let's do this one. Okay, do the kernel, get the wind direction that would, we get the wind direction that would end up in this square. Then let's get the temperature and humidity from this value and put them into here. Whereas we could just be like, okay, this value, this wind is moving into this square. Half of it goes here, a tenth of it goes here, a tenth of it goes there. I don't know what the fucking ratio would be. So then, therefore, let's take, the temperature and the humidity from here to there at the same ratio. That way we don't have to, like, kernel the whole dude. And when we do, let's say it is a diagonal wind, we'll actually add this direction to this cell. So it might be like only this much. But that should make it tend towards going diagonal. Or like any direction, without having any up, down, left, right bias. In theory. Maybe. Who knows? I've got no fucking idea. This whole idea is dumb. But that's why it isn't dumb. Jukalor, hello. Hearing your voice while working is really chill. I'm glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. So, we have the wind direction here. How do we want to do the diagonalness? I guess it would be, because like, let's say we've got, let's say the wind is just going straight up. It's got 0x shit going on. We would send 100% of it to here. I think if it's fully diagonal, we send 0.707 to here. And then 0. Whatever half of this is to the other ones. What's half of 39? What the fuck is that? 1 minus 0.707 equals that. Oh, is it? Oh, what's 1 divided by 1.414? It is 707, okay. So 0.707. Fuck, what have I done? 1 minus 0.707 divided by 2. 1.46. Or 146. It would be something like that, right? If it was purely diagonal. But then it's just about... What's the fucking ratio? L plus ratio. Something to do with arcsine, something. How do people do like pathfinding on a grid where you can move diagonally? What's the math and shit in that situation? Because yeah, I know this is that, and I know that these are that, but what's all the little in-between values? It creates a circle. So it's like... I don't know. Wondering about a cheaper alternative to decals, for example, black explosion marking on landscape. That is a good question. How many of them do you need? And how long do they have to stay there? And how often are you going to be writing them? Because decals are like super cheap to spawn. You can animate them in real time. But they scale poorly, because the more decals you put down, the more draw calls it is. Even though technically, they should be able to batch decals into the thingo. A lot of Wargame RTS. And you obviously want them to stay there for a while. And do you want to fade them out over time, or are they permanent? Because that also influences it a fair bit. With that update, our visuals for larger worlds. I think it was on a Ghost Recons or something. It has a paper about how to handle it. Yeah. I think there is a thing. The adaptive page table. Yeah, adaptive page table. Know the bound virtual text should have valid adaptive virtual textual sample work correctly, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sparse adaptive page tables. So I think what this does is it pretty much allows you to do infinite shit with, like, instead of storing everything in the grid like it does normally, I think it... Yeah, sparse adaptive page tables. It must be able to have empty slots or whatnot. I don't know. Sorry, let me catch up on the... Narrative fluids map the context down as one of going to show advection principles, fluid sim stuff. Yeah. I know how like advection works on the GPU. Where, yeah, you do a kernel and da-da-da. But I just want to do... Because we're on the CPU, and we can just access another pixel and add a value to it. I kind of want to do it this way, like a forward-facing simulation rather than or like, you know, pushing data around the simulation rather than pulling data. If that probably makes no fucking sense. Right, just changes the cost. Yeah. Okay. How do I want to do this? How? Also, doing this 3 times is so fucking overkill. I could just, like... I could just do this. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's just get this going first. So, wind travel. Our cell size is 100 meters. Well, by default. No, fuck off. I think we're going to limit the wind to... well, no, if the wind goes faster than... Fuck, we might even have to, like... What if our wind travels further? Or do we just not let it get to that point? Was it time for optimal math rather than using more manual heavy one? Yeah, I'm very much the same. What are you trying to achieve here? Trying to make a lower wind so the user grid sails propagate the wind, so it could be blocked by things influenced by the wind direction anywhere on the map. Yeah. Temperature, humidity, weather events, rainfall, snowfall, all that kind of crap. Right, let's get this value, the wind cache. Promote that to a local. This is the wind travel. Travet. Wind travet. Yeah. Alrighty, let's get you into there. Okay, so... I guess that can live there. I'm back. Hello. Sorry, yeah, my OBS died. I am back. I'm back. Relax. Hello. No, it wasn't even the internet, it was OBS. OBS just, like, freezes sometimes. Gotta share background music playlist. Just look up old school RuneScape soundtrack. I've got every single MIDI file just playing directly from Windows Media Player with the Windows sound font. It's like 400 tracks long. I think you can just find it on the OSRS wiki. Old school RuneScape wiki. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get a biscuit. I'm getting really hungry. Maybe I'll do toast. I don't know. One sec. Hello, I'm back. All right, so we have our wind travel here, but how do we bias it towards the, or not bias it towards the diagonal? It's like some fucky thing. How? Traveling along diagonal of grid. Fuck, maybe I should have done a hexagonal weather simulation. And created a hexagonal render target. That's just a joke, by the way. It's a joke. Okay, so wind travel. So, like, here's the thing, right? We know... We know that if it's 100% X, 0 Y, then we only really add here, right? So let's get no graphics as the blueprint assist. I prefer manually organizing blueprint. I feel like it gathers my thoughts. Like it reinforces what I'm doing. TA doesn't store in RVTs. No. RVTs shouldn't have any... I mean, you could sample an RVT and then use that in a dither, and that would be fine. But you can't... If you tried to dither something into the RVT output bit, it would be like checkerboarded, depending on the resolution of the RVT. Because RVT just does a screen capture downwards, you know. Where do you store the wind data and how? Sorry, I just landed. It's just in a big grid, or just a big array, you know, 14,000 length array. But it represents a 2D grid. And what I'm trying to figure out is that, like, if this cell has wind that's just moving upwards, then we can just add wind value to this cell and subtract it from this cell. And then, but we do that for, you know, every thing, whatever. Same goes if it's going this way, we just, you know, if our grid size is 100 meters, and we know that the wind has moved 50 meters, we take, you know, half of this value, move it to here, keep the other half here for the other stuff to kind of, you know, push their values into it. The trouble is, when we start going diagonal, if we go like purely diagonal, the distance is now 1.41. But we'd only want to send... Well, yeah, we'd end up sending less over here. Maybe that's the... Yeah, I have seen it being used, James. Yeah. I think Sov used to use it a ton. Do you have any videos on making ocean waves in UE5? Ooh. I might. Possibly. I might possibly already actually be working on it. And a video explaining it all. And how to do these particle-y dudes and that kind of shit. Oof. So yeah, soon TM. Whenever this is done, or done enough to the point that I want to call it done, then I also want to do buoyancy. I think I'll be doing a just like a video about, I don't know how to break it down. Because, like, there's so many elements to this. But I don't know... Yeah, and I've also done a kind of shoreline system. Or at least experimenting with a shoreline system that, you know, it's quite novel and it's also deterministic. So you can actually have, like, the shore waves, you know, have buoyancy because we have this spline that has a fixed distance and we can, you know, we know that distance, so we can kind of replicate the ocean shader in the buoyancy calculator. Yeah, I think that needs to be way longer. Well, actually, how big's a person? I think our person's way smaller than... I don't know where demand is. But yeah, ocean waves video. We do it at some point. Yeah. The crest particles was so fucking difficult to do this. Because we essentially have to, like, do our entire ocean shader, but in a Niagara grid around the player. Which is like, you know, this is the displacement, I think, and this is the velocity of the waves. And so we then use that to, you know, at the player location, essentially where this thing here is. You know, we can mask out the peaks like we do in the actual material, but then we can use it to spawn particles and then use the velocity to do that. Obviously, that's very work in progress. But yeah. I got this bit working with the particles, and then I just called it. I was like, fuck it. I'm done for now. We didn't do, like, the buoyancy, like, particle buoyancy, so they just passed down through it and shit. They don't collide with the waves and spawn more splashies. That would be, like, the next part, is, like, when the tube particles spawn, when they hit the wave, they should make explosions. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of things I want to talk about using this as kind of an example, which is like... And the same thing is relevant for this weather sim shit. Which is like how to like access shader stuff on the CPU. Or like how to think about accessing shader stuff on the CPU. So, like, instead of using a scene capture to get the light, you know, the light amount, or to see if a character is visible, or is in light, or is in shade, you know, you do it from the CPU. You say, okay, well, here's the character. Let's do line traces to the nearest light sources. You know, does that line trace hit? Does it make it all the way to the line, to the light source, or does it, you know, get stuck on something? Does it hit something? Therefore, we know that they're in shadow. And then we can do the same to, like, the sun and be like, oh, are they in the shadow of a building? If it hits it, yes. If it doesn't, then no. Rather than kind of trying to do a backwards approach. And then, yeah, doing the same thing with like a buoyancy simulation. You know, when we make ocean waves, we're saying, oh, for every single vertex, this is the position that you need to be in. But we can just be like, if we know what the wave function is, we can just be like, hey, at our character's position, what would the height of the wave be? And then once we figure that out, where is our character? Apply an upward force and that kind of thing. So yeah. Problem is related to wind distribution when it travels diagonally, because you can calculate the strength by funky new strength equals old strength 1 divided by distance. So when you have diagonal movement, the distance is square root 2. Becomes square root vector field. Would avoid distance problem entirely. A vector field would avoid distance problem entirely. Yeah, but yeah, I'm just trying to think like, yeah, I know the diagonal is different. Like for example, let me run over the problem. Let's say each of these is 100 meters. And then let's say we have wind traveling exactly north over 1 second at 100 meters per second. We can just take that entire value and distribute it to this square. And then maybe apply some damping or something. I don't fucking know. And then... And, you know, and we apply 0 of it to these two. Or to any other ones around it. Now, obviously, it's never truly just up, you know. But if it's sideways, you know, the same thing would apply. Let's say it was traveling sideways at 0 or at 50 meters per second over 1 second. We would take half of that value and put the other half, you know, add the other half into this cell. And so, and you know, and we could presume that the thing behind this one is pretty much going in this direction as well. Maybe it's at the same speed, so it would take half of its and add it back onto this one, which would then make this one roughly equal to what it used to be anyway. But it gets fucky when we... Well, what I was thinking is, okay, let's say it's moving at 100 meters per second diagonally, so 50 up, 50 across. We'd want to add some of that to here and to here. Probably at a ratio of like, you know, 0.707 here. And then 0.14 of it to these ones. But obviously that gets a bit frickier when we have like in between the values, you know, like these in betweens and blah blah blah. Like it obviously traces a circle. You know, it's vectors. Like it's normalized vector bullshit, something. I don't fucking know. Where like this point here is 0.707. But I'm just trying to think, how do I do that? I don't know. I'm too sophisticated. Well, we have the wind travel. Sorry, the wind travel should be this. And then break it, and then sign, and then blah, blah, blah. Do that really basically just moving vortex that could propagate values into the grid, I guess. Yeah. We could like add a tornado entity that pulls wind in and twists it. Or tornadoes might just form naturally? Question mark. I doubt our simulation will be capable of that, but yeah, we can definitely add entities that, you know, do stuff like that. That just add an offset to, you know, the thing over time. So wind, travel... No, that should be... Yeah, no, this is that. You go in there, you go in there, you go to there. So this is wind travel this step. Like, if we get the length of this, right? Well, no, because when we go diagonally, if we move... If we move like, let's say we've got here, right? And we're moving up. If this moves 100 units, then, you know, then it's whatever. If we move 100 units in this direction, it doesn't make it all the way. It makes it 0.707 of the way to this one. And then we'd, what, want to fucking... I don't know. What is the... Do we need to do some angle shit? Maybe we get the angle. So if the angle is 0... Or like a dot product. Or I don't know. Some shit like that. Dot against... Do we dot the up and dot the side? And then, like, the remainder... No, that doesn't make sense. Is ready to store your remainder for the next update tick? Kind of. Well, what... I'm just... my fucking brain. Ugh. Therefore, leave the remainder for next time. Well, we don't really need to because we're sending it around. My fucking brain. My brain. My brain. Let me just, let me open a damn shader. Or. Let me just make a dummy-ass actor. Dumb actor. New blueprint. Let's just go new function. Called... call-in editor. This is called... Okay, and then we're going to print string. And we're just going to, like, we're just going to see what happens. So if this was make 2D, make vector 2D. So it was 50 and 50, and then we dotted that. What do we... Can I append you? Alright, so... Oh, I don't get fucking messages. Oh! Alright, you know what? Let's just do on begin play. On begin play. Call re. Simulate. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where are my print strings? Is it because I... fuck, it's the disable all screen messages. Shit. Fuck. Disable all screen messages. Disable. Is it called enable? Enable all screen messages. Bam. Okay. Does that mean I can just do this in editor? Yes. Okay, okay. So it says 50 and 50. What is that? Yeah, well, no fucking duh. No, piss off. Because it's going in that direction. That's not even gonna do anything, right? Well, no, because that doesn't make sense. So we're moving up that and that way, that way. We don't just want to move it up here. We want to move it... Ooh, hold my dick, hold my dick. If we know... If we just say the new position is here-ish, and then the distance from each dude, from each cell center, gives us the fraction. Right? Because if this is just going to, like, here... Oh, like to here... No, because I guess then it... Technically... I mean... The distance to there... Well, maybe... Maybe that will then just... give us natural dispersion? Question mark? Or do I just do a dot product between the direction of all the dudes? Does that make sense though? Not really. What if I do just dot to that, and then dot this guy, and then dot the diagonal, which would be 0707, 0707? So this is the fraction that we'd send to each cell. So if this was just the direction, like the normalized direction, would then give us the... So we've got normalized direction dotted against each of the fucking cell directions. How much of it do we send to the dudes? So if we go here, it's just saying... No, that's fucking... well... No. No. Oh, it's because it's a fucking 2D dot. No, because that means that we'd always send some to the diagonal, which makes no sense. Maybe we could do... Maybe a distance... So the wind travel ends up here, and then yeah, use distances to determine the fraction that it gets split between. But again, that creates weird biases where it's like, oh yeah, we moved to like, you know. Oh well, no, if the wind is just fucking like doing nothing. No, that's dumb. That's dumb. That means we're just gonna spread. I'd need to do that to all adjacent things if I was gonna do that. Maybe. How do we math? Also, should that be that? But again, that still doesn't make sense because we then get 0.5. These zones or pixels being represented in this grid. Zoom grid 2D, gonna be like... yeah, they're like cells in... It's on the CPU. It's for a wind simulation. Like a global wind simulation. For the whole world. That gets updated very, like, slowly, but... Yeah. Yeah. But it essentially will drive weather systems. And be easily accessible in gameplay. So you can just be like, oh, what's the wind in this location? Add physics force. That kind of shit. Or like, oh, the sun went out. You know, everything starts to freeze over. And all the water freezes and everyone dies. But I'm just trying to figure out. You might know. If there is a grid cell and it's going some diagonal value, I want it to be able to travel diagonally. But we'd obviously send some fraction of it to these guys. But it would be based on some fucking thing. Something. And I'm just trying to figure the math out before I dick with it. Angle of the wind vector, it's movable always be in the 90-degree range. You convert 0 1 to 1 normal. Use that as a multiplier. Yeah. I mean, the angle is part of it. I think. It's just that because it's a grid, going diagonal is... It's longer than going side to side. I don't know, maybe my brain's just broken right now. Because, yeah, we're going to remove it from the previous and then add it to the other ones based on how far it's traveled. But if it's going purely diagonal and it moves 100 meters, we don't shift the whole thing. So the first part is getting the 2D length. Oh, what was that? Direction and length? Oh, that's dumb. So getting the length 2D. That's why hexagons are... Yeah, exactly. Any idea if it's possible to store triplanar UVs in an RVT to sample later? No, unfortunately not. You could try and... You could try and distort the UVs. I don't know. You could try and distort the UVs on the slant, but obviously if it's a pure slant, because it's a top-down projected thing. Attempt to hexagon... Yeah, it would, because we have to write this all to a render target. Potentially. Well, for a lot of things we have to write it to a render target. And I don't know how to turn a 2D render target into a hexagon grid. I mean, you could do... You'd essentially build... Like, you'd have a render target, and you'd waste heaps of space, but you'd kind of make it diagonal, and then zhup it in the shader. Would that even work? No, because they have fucking adjacency. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds terrifying. How do we know how much to send over? Is that? Oh, that's the Z value. Yeah. We could do rotation, and then as it gets to... No, because that would be linear. How the fuck do I... So one minus the dot of the wind direction current cell minus origin cell. Wind direction current cell minus origin cell. Well, it's like we need to get... Because there's 3 cells. If we're going diagonal, or like slightly diagonal, we're affecting 3 cells. So we first need to determine the fraction to disperse. Oh, what if I do it based on the... Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess the first part is knowing how much total from this one we're going to yeet into the other ones. Which means if it's going straight up, then it's 100 meters. So if it's been 1 second, and it's moving at 100 meters per second wind speed, then we take 100% of this and move it into this cell. If it was this way, the same thing, whatever. If it's diagonal, it would need to be 141 meters per second to take 100% of this and put it into some fraction of these ones. If it was perfectly diagonal. And then obviously any other in-between value would be between, like, you know what I mean? Like, as we approach that 45 degree, it goes from 100 meters to 141 meters distance. From here to there. You know, this being 100 meters. This curve. But this is the actual distance. So what's the fucking thing? Is it just a dot against the diagonal? Or, like, what am I? What am I doing? Who am I? If this went 100, 100, and we dot that against the fucking... I don't fucking know. God, I'm too dumb for this shit. This is 111. This is 111. I think I've burst a fuse in my brain. I think I'm just too dumb. It is nearly 4 o'clock and I haven't had my noodles, my midnight noodles. So maybe normalize the 1-1. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is that Okay. So we have the wind travel this step. We can normalize that. Right? You know, I can do length and direction. 2 direction and length. Wow. Length, direction. That's normalized, fella. So then direction dot uppity dot downity. Or dot sidedy. Yeah, that's normalized. Yeah, what would that mean? You know, what does it mean? Normalized 2D. Ooh. And then if that was normalized sidewaysy, then yeah, that would just be fucking 0 or some shit, right? No, it's 1, because it's in the exact same direction. So what's that telling us? 0707, 0707, 1. Not much. It's just saying diagonal returns some shitty values. 1 minus dot would give you 2. Yeah, 1 minus absolute of dot. Anyway, we made some progress. We worked on the structure of this whole thinger. Our render targets are now pulling data when needed, which is good. We have this shitty-ass normal map thing doing stuff. We have all our data. And so, yeah, we can use this stuff, this data here, for the wind simulation to, like, scoot itself around mountains and also pick up all this shit and do stuff. So video, someone using similar methods to PrismaticaDev leaves, but they have the ability to get wet. Hell yeah. That would be doable in PrismaticaDev, because we know the... we know when we're in water, or when the leaves are in water, or on the surface of water. So you could tell them to, yeah, increase a wetness value, and then to not swoosh around. Or if it's like a global wetness, then yeah, you could make them not... You could increase their mass based on their wetness. It's a nice detail. Especially when we start doing the puddle sampling, you could like have a puddle, leaves fall into the puddle and get wet in that puddle, and then they can't be blown around as easy. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I'm doing the wrong... Maybe I'm doing the wrong system right now. I think I will. I think I'll be able to get this easy, right? It's not even difficult. This is like fucking basic math shit. I just can't... I can't math. I'm too dumb. Right now. Grid, math, kill myself. Sweet. That can die. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make some noodles. And I might... Yeah, I don't know. The dynamic value is 2 because it's 1, 1. Multiply that by the dot, you get the 1, 4. Yeah. If it's moving 100 units up and 100 units to the left, then it's only moved 0.707 of the way to the diagonal cell. No. Sorry, if it... I don't fucking know. This shit's wacky. I don't know. It's fucking circles and square. We're squaring circles. Multiply the diagonal value by the dot. The dot of what, though? Of the up dot multiplied by the side dot? Up 1 over 1 is 200%. Yeah. But then you multiply it by the dot. which is 707. Yeah. But how does that help? Oh, because I guess if it's up 1 over 0.5, how does that help? Current cell, source cell is your direction. Yeah, right. Up dog. Oh, yeah. Current cell, source cell. So the up vector, the side vector, the diagonal vector. Which a normalized 2D vector is 0.5, 0.5, isn't it? So get our direction, multiply it by each of the dots, and that should give us the distribution shit. Because if it was just up... Well, if it was just up, we would still get some diagonal, wouldn't we? Because it is going in some diagonal direction. I think it's only one dot. Yeah. Well, yeah, are we just dotting it against the diagonal? Because I'm just trying to think, if our wind is going pure north, then we only want it to go into that one. If it's going pure east or west, we only want it to move to that side. But then if it's going anywhere in between, it has to kind of go in all three with some funky distribution. So how do we get the... What is the distribution is what I'm trying to figure out. It's something to do with dot, something to do with something. Something to do with a thing, something to do with the thing with the stuff, something to do with the length of the thing. Because then the length of it depends on the stuff. Yeah. That's why I was thinking doing a length. So like the origin of the cell that's doing its thing. If we take, you know, the travel distance of the wind and we swoop it over here and then we measure the distance to the individual cells, including the original one, that could give us the distribution. But then it gets fucky because if we just move up, then going up and down, there would still be some fraction going sideways and that kind of thing. Trying to get a percentage of the wind force into multiple cells. If it's on a diagonal, then it's splitting its force. Yes, yeah. Because it could be slightly diagonal. And so it would need to send some of its force to the above cell, you know, probably most-ish of its force to the diagonal one, and then some of it to the one to the left. A tiny little bit. And then keep some for itself, depending on the length. So we would subtract the force from the initial cell and put it into the other cells. So it would become negative temporarily, but then the cells behind it would push their stuff into this cell, which would bring it back to be positive. Or you know, like, it might take it down to 0. It can only ever go to 0, yeah. Temporarily. When we're doing our iteration. For the current. Do you know what I mean? It's smart. It's smart. It's smart. It's smart. Please, it's smart. I'm smart. I can do it. I can do it. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm just gonna eat noodles. Eat food. Fnoodles. Or maybe I'll just have hummus on toast. Yo, get this, right? Okay. Secret recipe to expand your brain. Toast. Hummus. Paprika. Asian chili oil. I don't know what it's actually called. I can't read the label. It's got heaps of MSG. Chili oil. Smack that on there. Chili oil, shallots, hummus, paprika, fried chickpeas. That's how you get smart. Oh, I love hummus. Yeah, I'm gonna have hummus, I think. I think I'll have hummus. I think... Yeah. Who are we raiding? Who are we raiding? Any Unreal devs? Oh, look, Unreal Engine official is streaming. But they don't allow raids. Lame. Lame. Let's see. Who is Unrealing? When do I stream next? I'll be streaming tomorrow. This time tomorrow. 8 hours ago. Or like, however... When did I start? Like 6 or 7 hours ago. So in 24 minus 6 or 7 hours. How do I find someone to raid? Why does no one use Unreal anymore? Is Unreal Engine dead? Unreal Engine dead? Alright, here we go. I found someone. Fedson. Working on an MMO in Unreal 5. How do I do the raid? Yeah, where's... here? Twitch? Go here. So the paprika is a Serbian word. It's spelled and pronounced the same. Hell yeah. There you go. Paprika's so good. Smoked paprika? Oh. Yeah. It does stuff to me. Oh. I don't want to full screen myself. Oh. Righty. We're going to wrap it up. I'm going to eat food. I'm going to ponder the orb. And then we... Yeah. Then we do it. Tomorrow, we're going to get the wind going. We're going to get the wind swooshing around the mountains. It's going to go up the mountains. And then we're going to be able to transfer, like, the fucking humidity and shit using the wind. It's going to be so good. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. We're going to make Prismatica great again. Yeah. Goodbye. everyone. Have a great day. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.